future, we have no other guideposts than the past. All week long in the build-up to this NFC Championship game, we've heard about the Saints' 40 years of frustration, the Bears' wondrous march to their first and so far last Super Bowl championship after the 1985 season with that shuffling crew, Drew Brees' consistent excellence, Rex Grossman's consistent inconsistence, the team that Sean Payton put in place to win the NFL Coach of the Year honors this season, the team that Lovie Smith has in place after winning Coach of the Year honors last season. But the past, be it remote or recent, will soon mean nothing. What will mean everything is what transpires here in Soldier Field in 60 minutes of football. At the end of this frigid afternoon, one team will have an entire off-season to dwell on the past, while the other will have 2 weeks to contemplate its future in the Super Bowl. This week, Illinois Senator Barack Obama, reflecting on the Saints' magical run, predicted, "This fairy tale ends in Chicago." The Saints would choose to quote another of Chicago's favorite sons, John Belushi, in Animal House. Over? It's not over until we say it's over. The pregame show will continue after these messages on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Beach Metal Detector Guy.
Mr. Beach Metal Detector Guy.
Some seek their fortune on the stock market, others in real estate. But you look for loose change in the sand.
Hitting the jackpot.
Armed with a 5-foot Geiger counter and the world's largest set of earphones, you live your life with a simple code of honor. Finders, keepers, losers, leapers.
Finders, keepers.
Sure, people mock you, but he who holds 92 cents, a gold-plated earring, and a steel-toed boot gets the last laugh.
Who's laughing now?
So crack open an ice-cold Bud Light, oh Sultan of the Sand. We'd give you a medal, but you probably already found one.
Mr. Beach Metal Detector Guy.
Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Mark Board presents Run Your Mark. Oh, when I say go marching in. Yes, when I say go marching in. Well, we all need to be that number. When I say go marching in. Come on. Who that? Who that? Who that say they're gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they're gonna beat them?
Some places got leaves that turn pretty colors, but nowhere can they beat our Four Seasons. I'm talking about crawfish, shrimp, crabs, and oysters. So stop taking it for granted and go to Deanie's Seafood. They've got the biggest platters of fried seafood you've ever seen and the tastiest raw oysters and boiled seafood in town. Shoot, you can go to Deanie's Market and buy bags of crawfish like people in Utah buy potatoes.
Deanie's Seafood Restaurant and Market, 1713 Lake Avenue, Bucktown, and reopening soon in the French Quarter. Wake up with Bob Del Giorno and Monica Pierre, weekdays 5 to 9 on WWL AM and FM.
Well, Hope, your breath hanging in the air, snow flurries swirling somewhat, mud on your uniform, your nose running a little bit. It's January in Chicago, and there's probably no place you would rather be than right here, right now.
You got that absolutely right. I'm going to tell you what, Jim. And you know what? So much was made about the weather this week. I mean, the Chicago field crew, they kept their field covered and everything else. And really, ever since they removed those blue tarps from down there on the field, the weather has subsided. So, I mean, I can't give either team an advantage right now because of the slippery field. Is it cold outside? Yeah. But if you looked at both teams while they were out there warming up, nobody was really dressed up in all their warm weather gear. Not because they're trying to be macho. I just think it's because it's not really that cold down there.
Yeah, and adrenaline's a wonderful drug, and everybody's full of it right now. Let's go down to the field to hear our national anthem. Coming up shortly as the colors have been presented, and the fans here in Soldier Field have risen to their feet. Everybody knows what's at stake. You can warm up in Miami in 2 more weeks if you're lucky enough, or you can break out the golf clubs if you're not. The NFC South now becomes the first division to have all 4 teams appear in conference championships games since realignment in 2002, and the last 3 teams to win on the championship goes out. Carolina in 2003, Tampa Bay in 2002, Atlanta in 1998.
Ladies and gentlemen,
hope to follow their leads.
There's 19 recording
in the afternoon ahead.
Recording artist Chris Daughtry.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we had the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the Chris Daughtry, who was a 3rd runner-up on American Idol with our national anthem. Gee, what a coincidence that this is a Fox broadcast today, and he's down there performing the national anthem.
All right, and we're here to bring you the Briggs Equipment starting lineup. Briggs Equipment quality forklift service is not an accident. It's a promise. Hondo, take it away. It's a big day.
Well, let's start with the Chicago Bears of Lovie Smith. Offensively at wide receiver, Muhsin Muhammad and Bernard Durian. The left tackle is John Tate, the left guard, Reuben Brown. The center is Olin Kreutz, the right guard, Roberto Garza, and the right tackle is Fred Miller. The quarterback is the 4th-year man out of Florida, Rex Grossman. Thomas Jones is the halfback, and the fullback is Jason McKee. For the Saints defensively, you know them well, Charles Grant, Hollis Thomas, Brian Young, and Will Smith, the front 4. Scott Fujita, Mark Simino, and Scott Shanley, the backers. McKenzie and Thomas, the corners. Jay Bellamy, again, a strong safety today. Omar Stoutmire inactive once more. And Josh Bullocks is free safety. For the Saints offensively, Marcus Colston and Terrence Copper with Joe Horn inactive. Start at wide receiver. The tight end is Mark Campbell. The left tackle is Jamal Brown, the All-Pro. The left guard, Jamar Nesbitt. The center is Jeff Fain. The right guard, Jari Evans. And the right tackle is John Stinchko. Pro Bowl performer and All-Pro quarterback Drew Brees up in front of Deuce McAllister and Mike Carney. For the Chicago Bears, who have the 5th-ranked defense in the NFL, Ogunleye, Johnson, Scott, and Brown are the front 4. The backers are Urlacher, Hunter Hillenmeyer, and Lance Briggs to either side of him. Charles Peanut Tillman at the left cornerback and Nathan Basher at the right corner. The strong safety is Chris Harris, and the free safety is Daniel Manning. Well, most people say that if the Saints are going to win this game, it'll be because of the disparity in the talent at quarterback. Drew Brees against Rex Grossman. Kenny Wilkerson sat down with Drew Brees this week.
The NFC Championship. Man, that's something to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but it's just kind of right up there with our expectations. You know, we know we got a great challenge ahead of us, but I know we're ready for it.
Talk about that challenge. Talk about this defense. I mean, you know, you face some good ones, the Ravens and plenty other ones over the course of the season. How does this one stack up?
I think it's one of the best. You know, they ended the season, I think, you know, number one in takeaways. and negative plays. And so, obviously that's what you want from your defense, giving you the ball on offense and obviously putting them in, long down and distance situations. So that's something that obviously we're aware of. A big emphasis for us is taking care of the football and getting ourselves into third manageable situations.
As you've done most of the season, I mean, that's been the key. It was the key the other night. It's got to be the key as it is every week.
Yeah, it is. It always is, and obviously we know that if we go out and just execute the way that we know how, spread the ball around all our playmakers, we'll be just fine.
It's not often that you can say, a football team can say every week that it's not about what the other team does, it's about what we do. But that is how this football team is, isn't it?
That's really our mindset. And obviously we play with a very aggressive mentality, both offensively and defensively, and we feed off each other. And every time we step on the field, we want to make them, obviously beat us. We feel like we're going to be the aggressor.
The 1-2 punch of Reggie and Deuce has been extremely useful, especially in the last month and in the last couple of weeks. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, obviously they're two great players, and Deuce brings such a level of play to the field. He's a bruiser, hard to tackle, and obviously Reggie being the guy who can just we can split him out, we can throw the ball to him out of the backfield, hand it to him. I mean, he's so versatile, we can do so many things with him, so it's a great 1-2 punch.
How did it feel to watch Reggie push that pile into the end zone last week?
That was awesome. But that's what you kind of come to expect that now. Those guys up front take a lot of pride in blocking the run game and the pass game, but I think that just kind of showed that we weren't going to be denied.
Is this football team confident?
Absolutely. We're as confident as ever. We feel like we're playing good football right now, and we just want to keep it rolling.
Good luck, Drew.
Thank you.
And let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hokie Gajan, a less than perfect Jim Henderson, and Kenny Wilkerson down on the sidelines with an Avita Springs Water Saints sideline report.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And there you go, Hokie Gajan upstairs with a credential on that came from the Bears saying Hokie Gajan. How fitting is that? If that's not an omen, I don't know what is. Guys, this football team appears to be extremely focused and ready for this game. The conditions are very football-like. The snow has subsided. The rain, none of that going on, and very little, if no wind at all. So it should be a nice game, and should be able to, with those type of conditions, if they stay like that, enable the Saints to do a lot of different things and be able to open up their offense quite a bit. They tell me that all week long, it's obviously it's been very cold here, and this is probably the warmest day of the week, and most of the Saints players, if not all of them, there's a few with sleeves on, but most of them are just, with no sleeves on their arms or anything like that. I'm watching Jeff Fain down here warm up and kind of go into the areas over here by the bench where there's some mud and some sand and everything, trying to push off a little bit and get his footing and make sure that he's ready for the field. Although I will tell you that the field is in excellent condition, and even after all the pregame warm-ups, they didn't really tear it up too bad at all. All week long, this coaching staff and this football team, especially with the receivers, it wasn't about working on double moves, which is part of what they do and part of their game. And what they work a lot on head fakes. So watch for that today. It's something that they're going to be trying to do a great deal of trying to throw those cornerbacks and throw those guys in the back end off a little bit and try to get them to move a little bit with head fakes. And of course, there's not much that we can say about the game plan that everybody doesn't already know, other than run the ball, run Deuce McAllister, protect it. If this football team simply does what they've done all season long and play smart football, they don't have to do more. They don't have to play over their heads. They just have to play football. And play football the way that they have all year long. This football team is definitely capable of winning this game, and I don't think that the Bears are going to be able to beat the Saints. If the Saints lose this game, it'll be because they beat themselves with turnovers. So with that, now I know we're going to have the coin toss soon. Ricky Jackson is going to be going out there, and that's quite a sight in itself to see Ricky down here in this type of situation. And it's a great day for everybody. It's a great day for the Who Dat Nation. A great day for all New Orleanians, and hopefully it's going to be a great day at the end of this game.
Ricky Jackson is supposed to be the honorary captain today for the Saints. I know they had invited Archie to be there. in that role, but he's got other plans today. He's got another football game to see.
And absolutely, I can see exactly why. And I just want to clarify myself to all the listeners out there when I said a less than perfect Jim Henderson. He's always perfect, but he is fighting the flu today. So, gang, he's playing hurt today. And Hondo, I know you're going to have a great call.
I'm looking forward to it. If you can't get ready for this one, you can't get ready for any of them. Captain's meeting at midfield. Our referee is Terry McCauley. Fans on their feet. Smoke still in the air from the pregame festivities. Players jumping up and down.
Okay, gentlemen, this is the point of today's NFC Championship Game. The helmets are heads. The NFL shield is tails. New Orleans is the visiting team. Who's going to call the toss? Heads? His call is heads. It is heads. New Orleans won the toss. You want the ball? Turn around, please. New Orleans won the toss. Will receive.
Well, there you have it. In the conference championship game since 1998, the visiting team is 8-8, and all 8 wins were by 14 or more points. The Saints will return the opening kickoff of this game. The Saints, of course, beating the Eagles 27-24 in the NFC semifinal after winning the NFC South Division. This is the Saints' first conference title game in the franchise's 40-year history, as you well know. The Bears beat the Seahawks by the same score, 27-24, but in overtime in their NFC semifinal after winning the NFC North Division. And this is the Bears' first conference title game since 1988.
All right, Jim, before we get to kickoff, I got to get the newest member of the Gajan clan back into the fold. My daughter, Kristen Sell, just had a baby last Sunday. Weighed a whopping 1 pound, 12 ounces. She ain't big enough to bring to the scales at the bass tournament that you hold if you're late. But, all right, and her name is Cameron Grace. And Miss Cameron, turn down the sound on your TV and turn up Saints Radio.
Kristen, congratulations. Cameron Grace, you're going to have a lot of fun in your life, young lady. The Bears will be kicking off from right to left. The wind is negligible, swirling somewhat. Michael Lewis stands back around his 2-yard line, anticipating the kickoff. It'll be performed by last week's hero, Robbie Gould, who hit that 49-yard field goal in overtime, equaling his career long to put the Bears in this position. Man, what a great atmosphere.
Yes, indeed.
Gould has his hand in the air, and let's roll. The kick is away. Fielded by Lewis at the goal line. Straight ahead to the 5, to the 10, 15. It is to be buried just short of the 20-yard line. That's where the Saints will put it in motion with Drew Brees as the quarterback. Brees last time in Soldier Field came in 2003 with San Diego. He was 7 of 15 for 49 yards and an interception in a 20-7 loss. Ayabandejo, who is their leading special teams tackler, in on the stop. First play of the game, and you can hardly hear yourself think. First and 10 from the 20-yard line of the Saints. Bush goes in motion, slipping as he does. Brees, 3-step drop, fits it in, and the catch is made up around the 27-yard line by Marcus Colston. He's hit immediately by Peanut Tillman, the 4th-year man out of Louisiana Lafayette. That's a 7-yard pickup. Pretty funny all week long. The Bears have said they've been disrespected, though they are the favorites in this game by 2.5 or 3 points, depending on who you talk to. 4 out of the 6 writers this morning in the Chicago Sun-Times picked the Saints to win it. 2nd and 3 from the New Orleans 27. Play action. Brees steps up, going to throw deep downfield, and he's going to have a completion to Henderson at the 31-yard line. Went up and took it out of the hands of the defender, Peanut Tillman, and just like that, to the air in successive plays, completions, the last one good for 41 yards.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jim, I think that Sean Payton came out and wanted to try and make a statement. Everybody talked about how important the running game was going to be, how great the Bears defense was. He's gone to the air 2 times, and in this particular case right here, you got to give all the credit to Devery Henderson for making that catch.
First and 10, Bears 32. Play action. Breeze rolls to his right, looks, pumps, and now throws it away incomplete. Couldn't get anybody deep as he was looking for both Colston and Copper. Campbell, the tight end, was in the flat, and that would have been a negligible gain anyway, and Breeze just chose to throw the football away. And that's the thing about Drew Brees. He's made such great decisions after that spate of turnovers midway through the season in those losses to the AFC North. 2nd and 10 from the Bears 32. 13:37 to play opening quarter. Saints marching with the opening kickoff. 2 receivers to the left. They're going to give it off to Deuce with his first carry of the day. He's inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. McAllister brought down by the right defensive tackle, Ian Scott, the third-year man out of Florida. That's a 2-yard gain for McAllister, who had such a sensational game last week. 21 carries for 143 yards. Saints look at a third down conversion attempt here of 7. Line of scrimmage to Bear 29. Henderson is split out wide to the left. Stacked to the right, it's Colston and Copper. From the shotgun, Breeze calls for the football. Now he comes up to the line of scrimmage and changes the play. Stamps his foot a second time and receives the height. Here's Breeze. He's going to be taken down from behind and sacked. Brought down by Israel Idonijay, and that's going to be a loss of 7.
And the problem with that right there is the Saints, if they don't gain anything on that play, they are probably still in field goal range. Not right now with that sack, they have to punt the football.
So the Saints squander some early field position and will have to punt it away. On is Steve Weatherford. And standing at the 10-yard line, the very dangerous Devin Hester. Weatherford, the rookie out of Illinois, hangs it high. Hester gets away from the football, and it's going to land some 5 yards deep in the end zone for the touchback. A 37-yard punt, and the Bears will start at their 20 with their first possession when we return. Time out on the field, 12:09 to play opening quarter. Saints nothing and the Bears nothing. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hi, this is Andy Simpson of Simpson Sod Company. Did you know that wintertime just might be the best time to lay your sod? Why? First, if you're laying the sod yourself, you'll be a lot cooler. Second, you don't have to fertilize. And third, there's virtually no watering. At Simpson Sod Company, all of our grass is nursery grown, unlike some companies that harvest directly from cow pastures. So if you're building a new home or replacing your lawn, call Simpson Sod, 985-892-4065. Simpson Sod, where the grass really is greener.
Attention Saints fans, it's me, Joe Horn, and I want you to add me to your search. Oh, and don't forget to access my weekly podcast.
Want inside info from Joe Horn? Visit OTOCircle.com/87 and check out Joe's weekly podcast. To listen, enter code 8787. Plus, OTO customers will be entered to win great prizes just by dialing pound Joe 87 from their OTO phone. To learn more, visit OTOCircle.com. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Promotion is 12/31/06.
I don't know much about art. You ever hear that expression? So who is this art fella, and why don't we know about him? Maybe because Art's a guy who likes to blend in with the crowd. Maybe he's just not ready for public viewing. Well, he's not the type who'd be behind the wheel of a new Dodge Nitro. It's got bold, brawny, aggressive style, a powerful, available 4-liter V6 engine, and a spacious and flexible interior with an available 20-gigabyte MyGig system. Dodge Nitro. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Because our world turns so fast, WWL First News Early Edition with Dave Cohen, weekday mornings at 5 on WWL.
This week's Allstate Insurance Saints Radio Network peak performer is David Jackson in LaPlace, Louisiana. Call David Jackson from Allstate Insurance at 985-652-2793. Allstate is a proud sponsor of the Saints.
Saints' first drive stalls at the Chicago Bear 30, and they punt it away. 1st and 10 for the Bears from their 20-yard line. Here's Grossman, play action. Pressure by Thomas, and he throws it low and incomplete off the knee of his halfback Thomas Jones. Hollis Thomas who probably appreciates this cold weather. He was huffing and puffing a little bit last Saturday night in the Superdome, having come back from that 4-game suspension. But this is the weather for the big boys right here.
I'll tell you what, I mean, it does mean a lot when you're out there because you just you're just not taking that heat element.
2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line. Backs in an eye. Jones, the tailback. He gets the call straight up the gut, and he's going to be brought down short of the 25-yard line. Josh Bullock's covering up. Down around the ankles, the middle linebacker, Mark Simino.
Well, you know, both teams came out and passed on first downs. Now, you know, the Saints really ran it only one time in their first drive. The Bears came out, they threw it on their first drive, ran it, or threw it on their first down, and ran the ball on the second down. So I think everybody's trying to make a statement right there that I think the conditions are good enough out there to throw the football.
Jones's gain was 5. It's 3rd and 5 from the 25. Clark in motion. Here's Grossman dropping it off the corner. Comes Kraft. He slips that sack and throws the football away as he's hit a second time and dropped by Brian Young back at the 6-yard line. So there's a new little wrinkle, and that's something last week that Grossman had a hard time identifying against the Seahawks, guys coming off the corner.
But I'll tell you what, that gave me a little bit of appreciation of the strength of Rex Grossman because he didn't go down on that hit from Jason Kraft coming on the outside. I mean, Jason Kraft had a bullseye on him right there, and Grossman did the right thing and just got rid of the football.
Brad Maynard to punt it away. It's a line drive. Reggie Bush comes up and fields it at the 36, runs to the near sideline, stops, and he's going to be taken down. By running back Adrian Peterson after a 38-yard punt and a 5-yard return. A timeout on the field with 11:10 to play. Opening quarter. Saints and the Bears are scoreless at Soldier Field. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
It's a Reggie Bush Sony Super Savings Sale. Get super store-wide savings on all Sony big screen TVs in stock. Plus, register to win a trip for 2 to Miami. Airfare, hotel, and tickets to the game included. Save on all Sony big screen TVs, flat screens, and LCDs. A1 has the lowest price guaranteed. Get to the Reggie Bush Sony Super Savings Sale going on now at A1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lamar Ford presents Run Your Mark. Oh, when I say go marching in. Yes, when I say go marching in. Well, we all need to be in that number. When I say go marching in. Come on. Who that? Who that? Who that say they're gonna beat them? Say who that? Who that? Who that say they're gonna beat them?
We're all experiencing high energy costs. Let Elite Air Systems help lower your energy bills year-round. Elite Air Systems guarantees the highest quality with the most competitive prices in the city. For service and free estimates, call Lofton Fairchild at 504-251-4887. Elite Air Systems.
From Louisiana's hometown grocer to Louisiana's favorite home team, Rouse's congratulates the black and gold on one heck of a season. Shop local. Shop Rouse's for Louisiana seafood, homegrown produce, and low prices on thousands of products. Rouse's, Louisiana's best.
Talking to Sprout is like talking to family. John Spud McConnell, weekdays 10 to 1 on WWL.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson with the Beat Spring Quarter. Saints Sideline Report.
All right, guys, field position. Coach Payton has stressed it all week. It will be critical, and they certainly have good field position right now. They were very thorough going over the pictures on their protections. The offensive lineman and Deuce McAllister when they were on the sideline.
From the 39 of the Saints, handoff McAllister. Stays at his feet and spins his way forward to around the 43-yard line. Met there by Alex Brown, the right defensive end, the fourth-year man out of Florida. Deuce McAllister, who's enjoyed another 1,000-yard season, having gained 1,057 during the regular season. That's a 4-yard gain. Colston is split out wide to the left, Hopper wide right on 2nd and 7 from the Saint 42. In the backfield is Campbell in almost a wishbone set. Play action. Breeze going to throw. Caught by Copper. Midfield. falls into Bear territory to around the 46-yard line, where he's covered up by right cornerback Nathan Vasher.
I'm not so sure that that's a formation that we've seen so far this year. I mean, they will do that, and then they'll motion somebody out to be a wide receiver or tight end, but they kept them all in right there, and it did. I mean, that's a wishbone formation.
Terrence Copper, who had just one catch last week for 3 yards, has one for 10 here, and the Saints are back in Bear territory. 1st and 10 at the Chicago 47. 9:56 to play opening quarter, scoreless game. Play action. Breeze with time. Throws and sliding down is Marcus Colston at the 31-yard line. The ball was thrown behind him, and he was covered once more by Charles Peanut Tillman.
Well, that's one of the cases right there. Something that, I mean, again, as we mentioned in the pregame, so much is made about the weather. But right here, that's the first time that I saw in pregame or either one of the offensive possessions that either team has had where somebody actually slipped down on the field. But it's not because it's all that wet down there.
2nd and 10 from the 47. Breeze's 3 completions have gone to 3 different receivers. Here's the pitch to Reggie. Skinny pitch. Bush still on his feet to the 41-yard line. That looked very much like the play where he dropped the ball against the Eagles late in the 4th quarter last week. That's a 6-yard gain.
And let's go right down to Kenny again.
And guys, all week long, there were signs all over the locker room reminding the players to switch their shoes to 5/8-inch long cleats. Anything longer than that, and they can go longer than that and bigger than that, but that tends to slow you down. But they were very concerned with the footing, as they talked about all week, and they had all the shoes switched to 5/8 of an inch.
3rd and 4 from the Bear 41. Bush remains in there as a lone setback. 2 wide receivers to the near side of the field, 1 to the far. Here's Breeze looking. He's hit from behind. Ball is free. Lying on the grass. Henderson can't cover it. Bears trying to fight for the football. Saints come back and may have covered it back inside their 35-yard line. And they have, apparently. Man, oh man, oh man. Looks like it was Jari Evans, and it was the rookie right guard of the Saints coming all the way back inside the New Orleans 35-yard line to cover up that fumble by Drew Brees.
All right, this is 2 times that the Saints have had the ball in good field position. They've moved the ball a little bit, but on that 3rd down play, Drew Brees has been hit from the backside. That time he fumbled it. Thank God that Jari Evans was on top of everything, because otherwise the Bears are going to have fantastic field position.
Here's Hester taking in the punt, spinning around and coming to the near sideline. The dangerous Devin Hester is going to be hit from behind and driven out of bounds around the Chicago 40-yard line. So the Saints with a couple of mild threats that the Bear defense rises to the occasion and blunts. 8:06 to play, 1st quarter. Scoreless between the Saints and the Bears. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
For many seasons, the Abita Man and Abita Springs Water have been an official sponsor of the New Orleans Saints. That's why it gives the Abita Man great pleasure to congratulate our home team on winning the NFC South Championship. To share the excitement, Abita Springs Water is giving away Saints autographed footballs. Sign up for your chance to win at AbitaSprings.com. There are a limited number of signed footballs available, so don't miss out on your chance to win with Abita Springs Water. Abita Man. Abita Man.
Proudly supporting the New Orleans Saints throughout their successful season is the Louisiana Workers' Compensation Corporation. LWCC is the proven leader in workers' comp insurance for Louisiana, serving some 22,000 businesses and their workers across the state. It's a company committed to workplace safety, quality care for the injured worker, superior service, and policyholder value. That's why independent agents recommend LWCC to their trusted customers. LWCC, how workers' comp is supposed to work.
Hello?
Sweetheart, I'm on my way home, and I have a gift for you.
A gift for me? What is it?
A gift for you from the Louisiana Lottery. Over $2 million in cash prizes.
But why is the lottery giving me a gift?
No, it's a gift for you from me, from the lottery.
What? It's fun to give a gift for you. The new $2 scratch-off from the Louisiana Lottery. Over $2 million in cash prizes. And listen to this. You can win up to $10,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Hear the Saints and LSU in stereo. The Big 870 and 105.3 WWL FM.
give you a call at Sergi's AC and Air Conditioning Service.
Well, Drew Brees, who was seldom touched this year, sacked on successive drives for the Saints. That was Mark Anderson, the rookie, who hit him from behind for a 9-yard loss. But Jari Evans, fortunately for the Saints, recovering at the 34 of New Orleans before they have to punt it away. Here's Grossman handing it off to Jones. Not too much, right side. As he is taken down by Brian Young as he crosses the 40-yard line. Looks like they'll spot it at the 42.
Both quarterbacks got kind of getting a feeling of the heat that's going to be brought on them. I mean, I know that's Lovie Smith, defensive coordinator in his past and everything else. He knows how to bring the heat. Right now, the Saints are bringing it on Rex Grossman, although the Bears have only had one offensive possession, but everybody's trying to put the heat on the quarterback right now.
2nd and 9, Grossman to pass. He's going to throw deep down the near sideline for Berrien, and it's hauled out by Thomas and nearly intercepted by Bullocks. Freddie Thomas has got 22 on his jersey. It might just as well be a target today because the Saints are going to be tested in that area repeatedly. Grossman throws a good long ball, and he had Bernard Berrien in his sights.
Well,
But a great play by Thomas to swat it away.
Well, you can't play it any better than Fred Thomas played it right there. He has taken a lot of criticism the last couple of weeks about giving up the long ball, and right there, he doesn't try and make the interception. Fred doesn't have the greatest hands in the world to begin with. Right there, what he did is just batted it away, and Josh Bullocks almost overlapped it and made the interception.
3rd and 9 from the Bear 41. Here's Grossman under some pressure. He throws it through the hands of his intended receiver and incomplete. Rashid Davis was in his sights, but the Saints secondary climbing all over these Bear receivers early, and Jay Bellamy breaks it up.
And that was actually a good pass by Grossman. I mean, he just tight end right there in stride. Should have made that catch, but even if he does, he's not going to make the first down because the Saints defense was just collapsing on the route.
And so for the Bears, it's a quick 3 and out, and on comes Brad Maynard once more to punt it away. He stands at the Chicago 26. Saints with a return on. Aiming it for the near sideline. Bush comes up, takes it on the runner on the 21-yard line, and runs to the safety of the sideline. And out of bounds. 39-yard punt, and 6 on the return by Bush. 7:12 on the first quarter clock, and a scoreless game between the Saints and the Bears. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Sports can come down to a lot of very important numbers. Yards per carry, third down conversions, how much you paid for HDTV. That's what's important that sports fans know about Aaron's. Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership has the guaranteed lowest prices on name brand widescreen HDTVs from JVC, Sony, RCA, all the top brands. Same-day delivery, no credit check, and everybody's pre-approved. Believe me, HDTV from Aaron's is a whole new ballgame. Do the math. Nobody beats Aaron's.
Why settle for another pre-made combo meal when right now you can get a Subway Fresh Value Meal Sub of the Day for just $3.99. Just $3.99 gets you a different delicious sub every day with chips and a drink. The $3.99 Fresh Value Meal. Subway restaurants where freshness meets value. Subway. Eat fresh.
For a limited time at participating restaurants, offer good on regular 6-inch sub bag of chips and 21-ounce drinks. Subway's registered trademark of Dr. Associates Inc.
Some places got leaves that turn pretty colors, but nowhere can they beat our Four Seasons. I'm talking about crawfish, shrimp, crabs, and oysters. So stop taking it for granted and go to Dini's Seafood. They've got the biggest platters of fried seafood you've ever seen and the tastiest raw oysters and boiled seafood in town. Shoot, you can go to Dini's Market and buy bags of crawfish like people in Utah buy potatoes.
Dini's Seafood Restaurant and Market, 1713 Lake Avenue, Bucktown, and reopening soon in the French Quarter. As New Orleans is the mighty Mississippi, WWL AM and FM.
Saints with 39 total yards offensively to the Bears 2. Saints have held the football for 555, the Bears for just 153. Brees is 3 out of 5 for 58 yards, and sacked 2 times, both on third down, as the Saints are 0 for 4 in the first quarter last week against the Philadelphia Eagles on third down, but picked it up thereafter. Let's see what they can do here on first down. Going to hand it off to Deuce, hit in the backfield and drop as he's hit by Lance Briggs. Briggs going to the Pro Bowl for the second straight year, the fourth-year man out of Arizona. Both he and his linebacker mate, Brian Urlacher, headed for Hawaii. Be a loss on the play of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 11 from the Saint 27. Colson split out wide to the left. And they've got two tight ends and Carney to the near side as Billy Miller goes in motion. Play action. Here's Breeze, going to throw a wobbly pass that's caught at the 36-yard line by Billy Miller. Charles Tillman on the stop. Billy Miller, one of the heroes last week, with 4 receptions for 64 yards against the Eagles. Well, that was another new wrinkle in which the Saints lined up Mike Carney almost as a tight end. That's a 9-yard gain. It'll bring up 3rd and 2 from the Saint 36-yard line. Now it looks like Breeze may be calling timeout.
Timeout, New Orleans.
So the Saints take the timeout with 6:03 to play here in the opening quarter. They'll come back looking at 3rd and 2 from their 36. Scoreless game between the Saints and the Bears. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
U.S. agencies can save you up to 30% on your auto insurance.
With flexible payment plans and low down payments, it's easy to save with U.S. agencies.
Just call for your money saving quote today.
Toll free 1-800-958-8545.
It's easy to get your money-saving quote. U.S. Agencies is right in your neighborhood with locations throughout the state.
At U.S. agencies, you'll save on your auto insurance. Just call.
Toll free 1-800-958-8545.
Hey folks, Hokie Gajan here for Napa Auto Parts. After 40 long years, we are finally in the NFC Championship Game. And Napa is proud to sponsor today's broadcast as we play for the right to represent New Orleans and the Gulf South in the Super Bowl. The team has shown the determination and the commitment to rebuild and make us proud. Good luck, Saints, from your friends at Napa. Napa, let's fix it.
I don't know much about art. You ever hear that expression? So who is this Art fella, and why don't we know about him? Maybe because Art's a guy who likes to blend in with the crowd. Maybe he's just not ready for public viewing. Well, he's not the type who'd be behind the wheel of a new Dodge Nitro. It's got bold, brawny, aggressive style, a powerful, available 4-liter V6 engine, and a spacious and flexible interior with an available 20-gigabyte MyGig system. Dodge Nitro. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Saints Radio, home of extreme Saints coverage. WWL AM and FM.
And let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, it's Entercom Communication Stations, the big 870 WWL New Orleans, and 105.3 WWL FM Kenner New Orleans.
Fans bringing the noise. The Saints look at 3rd and 2 from their 36-yard line. Breeze up under center, Reggie Bush behind him. Breeze going to drop, floated out in the left flat. Bush, he's got the first down as he runs to the sideline in front of the Saints bench, stopping the clock and getting out of bounds at the 41-yard line of New Orleans as they pick up the first down.
Well, Drew Brees made that jump shot pass that we've seen so many times this year. It's just like, you know, somebody has just got a fingertip on it, and that's about as much as they get on it. And Reggie Bush reached out there and just kind of taps it back into his body.
With the 5 yards, he gets it over the outstretched hands of Alex Brown, coming off on the pass rush from his right defensive end position. 1st and 10 Saints, New Orleans 41. Breeze from the shotgun throws over the middle. Colston with a catch in the Bears territory, and he's spun down with the ball coming free at the 48-yard line, and it's going to be picked up by the Bears down to the 36-yard line, taken in by Nathan Tasher on the fumble recovery. The hit from Chris Harris stripping the ball of Colston, and this is something the Bears do very well.
And it's something that the Saints don't do very well. When they turn the football over, they have a tendency just to kind of keep creating turnovers on their own as things go by.
Marcus Colston hearing from it. That's going to be the Bears football as Colston has the ball stripped by the safety. 1st and 10 at the Saint 36. Bears in Saints territory for the first time. Handoff Cedric Benson running left side. Spins away from the tackle of Bellamy, and he's dropped just short of the 30-yard line. the Bears are great at doing that. They led the league this year in takeaways. And they're very adept at someone coming in to make the initial tackle and people helping out and stripping the football. They've had at least one takeaway now in 19 straight games. That's a gain of 5, and it's 2nd and 5 at the New Orleans 31. Here's Grossman handing it off to Benson again out of the eye, inside the 30 to the 29-yard line before he's driven backward by Scott Shanley.
I'll tell you what, nice job on the Saints defense right there collapsing, because it looked like Benson had a huge hole right there. He was going to pick up a lot of positive yardage right there. You know, at least get it to the first down marker. Saints defense really collapsed on that.
2-yard gain brings up 3rd and 3 at the Saint 29. Muhammad, along with Davis, split out wide to the right, Varian wide left. Jones in the backfield. They give it on the end around to Rashid Davis. 25-20, breaks the tackle, still on his feet, driven out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. Jay Bellamy missed him at the 21. Will Smith eventually bringing him down on the sideline. So a little bit of razzle-dazzle by the Bears here as they give it off to Rashid Davis, a former cornerback who came out of the Arena League. 1st and 10 Bears at the 13-yard line of the Saints. 3:54 to play. Opening quarter. Chicago with its best threat of the day thus far. Backs in an eye. Tailback Benson right side. Inside the 10. Down to around the 7-yard line. Brian Young down on the bottom of the pile with the stop. That's going to be a gain of 6. The Bears have an excellent 1-2 backfield attack, just like the Saints do with McAllister and Bush. Jones is the equivalent of Bush. Benson the equivalent of McAllister. 2nd and 5 at the 8-yard line of New Orleans. Varian split out wide to the right. The rangy Muhsin Muhammad to the left. Here's Grossman throwing it in the flat. The catch is made by his fullback, Jason McKee. He's driven out of bounds inside the 5. They'll spot the football at the 4-yard line of the Saints. Scott Shanley on the stop. The Chicago Bear fandom whips into a frenzy after the turnover. That's going to be a gain of 4. And it'll bring up 3rd and 1 from there. Muhammad split out wide to the left. 2 tight ends to the right side. Desmond Clark along with John Gilmore. Backs in an eye. Benson, the tailback, gets the call. Benson runs into a wall of tacklers. This will be close to the first down depending on the spot. Saints don't think he got it. He had to get inside the 4. We'll see where they're going to spot the football. They'll spot it at the 4-yard line. And maybe call for a measurement. Time out on the field momentarily, at least. No gain officially on the play. And they're bringing in the chains from the far sideline.
Well, if there's no gain officially on the play, then it should not be a first down. But they're going to have to bring out the sticks to measure it anyway. And as they said from the press box up here, that's right, it is short. So right now, Lovie Smith has to make a decision. Does he want to go for the field goal, or does he want to try and get this crowd whipped up to a frenzy and try and make the first down?
Well, at the moment, the offense stays on the field on 4th and 1 from the 4-yard line.
Okay, well, you saw Mike Holmgren do that last week with Seattle. You go for it on 4th down. If you don't make it, boy, what a problem that is for you.
So they eschew the field goal attempt of Robbie Gold and go for the first down. 4th and less than a yard from the 4-yard line, and Grossman calls timeout.
Chicago, 30-second timeout.
The Bears taking the timeout. Their first of the day.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson with an Beta Springs Water Saint Sideline report.
Yeah, guys, going back to Marcus Colson's, even his first catch of the day, it was a little wobbly, and he definitely has got some jitters today. There's also another thing going on in that the fact that he's a bit concerned because right now they're having trouble getting his mother into the stadium, and it's already been kind of being worked on with security and so forth and so on, but he is aware that his mom's not in here yet, and he's a young guy and everything like that, so you can bet that even though he's trying to block that out of his mind and play football, it definitely is going to be something that is apparent that it's on his mind.
Well, Sean Payton was also very loudly in his ear as he came to the sideline after that fumble that provided the impetus to this drive by the Bears. So here we go, 4th and less than 1 from the Saint 4-yard line. Benson is the tailback. The fullback is McKee. And Grossman is going to call a second timeout. He signaled for it. Now apparently not, because you can't call 2 timeouts in a row. They're going to give it to Benson, and he's going to have the first down, it would appear. Antoine Lake was in on the stop along with Hollis Thomas. Let's see where they're going to spot this football. Look to us from up here like he'd picked up the first down, as Will Smith is embroiled in a bit of a push and shove with the Bears. Looks like he has picked up the first down. He has. They'll spot the football just outside the 3-yard line. A gain of 1, which is what he needed. First and goal from the 3-yard line. Scoreless game, 1:30 to play, first quarter. Grossman handing off. No, good play action fake. Back of the end zone. He misses Desmond Clark, his tight end who was wide open. Grossman down on his knees, shaking his head. He can't believe it. He executed a great play-action fake, but missed his 6'3", 249-pound target, Desmond Clark, at the back of the end zone.
And at that time right there, the Chicago Bears deep offense came out with their own version of the wishbone. They had 3 people in the backfield, and again, right there, Rex Grossman needs to make that throw and get it more on target.
Second and goal from the 3. Handed off Benson into the middle of the line, driven backward by Bellamy, along with Lake. He's short of the goal line.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson.
Guys, I can't tell you exactly what the referees told Sean Payton, but, I mean, he absolutely went nuts running down the sidelines trying to get the refs to come over and talk to him, and they did. I mean, there's no doubt Rex Grossman turned up, picked up, and called timeout. Now, for everything I've always known, that should have been a penalty.
Third and goal from the 1-yard line. Ends in tight. Benson. Play action to him. Here's Grossman throwing. Ball is tipped and incomplete. It might have been Danny Clark or Will Smith who got their hands on it, but the ball falls incomplete, and this time they're going to send out Robbie Gold for the chip shot field goal.
And I was hoping that Lovie Smith would have done that before. I really thought that when Grossman called the first timeout that he made, that he was going to kind of make a decision over there on the sideline. You know what? This is not the smart thing to do, to go for it on 4th down. But he did, and they made it. But the Saints defense stiffened up down there at the goal line.
Looks like it'll be a 19-yard attempt, right hash mark. Snap, placement, Gold's kick is up and through, and the Bears are on the scoreboard first with 41 seconds remaining in the first quarter on a 19-yard. Robbie Gold field goal. The Bears take a 3-0 lead.
I tell you what, Jim, I mean, you call it a moral victory, you call it what you want. I mean, the Saints made the turnover, all the adrenaline, all the emotion in the crowd over here in Soldier Field shifted to the Chicago Bears way. I mean, the Saints have been able to move the football pretty good against this Bears defense, but right there, the Saints defense are the ones that stood up and took care of business once they got down inside the 10-yard line.
Well, the Saints have been able to move the ball offensively. They've had the better of it for the most part, and they've certainly not allowed Rex Grossman to feel too confident at this point.
No, I mean, you're talking about Drew Brees' fumble back there when he drops back in the pocket. Now, the Saints did recover it, but it took him out of great field position. Drew Brees, the very first drive that the Saints had, he gets sacked, and it knocks the Saints out of field goal position. Right now, this should be a 3-3 ball game, but I tell you what, I think this is the kind of ball game that we all expected. A nail biter, and you go out there and punch one another in the mouth. And I'm going to do the same to you when the game's over.
If the Saints win, I'll let you.
All right.
Chicago goes 35 yards and 11 plays and 444, a 19-yard goal field goal. Here's a bad kickoff that rolls down to the 6-yard line where it's picked up by Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis running hard as the ball comes free and he goes down. It looks like the Bears have recovered at the 31-yard line unless he's down by contact. And we've seen no indication that he was. Chicago Bears football. The Saints may challenge this as he's being urged to on the sideline by a number of the players. If not, that's 2 turnovers, 2 fumbles, and 2 possessions for the Saints. And again, the problem with it is that Lewis had the ball stripped from him, but it looks like he was down. There's going to be a challenge flag thrown on the far side of the field at the 28-yard line. The Saints will challenge that Lewis was down by contact. You got a chance to take a look at it. What do you think?
The ruling on the field that it was a fumble. Timeout.
Well, a timeout on the field. We'll get your answer when we return. We're going to stay right here. You've had a chance to look at it. What do you think?
I think he was down. And here's your Capital One, no hassle banking, referee's challenge. Banking with Capital One is not a challenge. Capital One, no hassle banking. I think he's down. I mean, the way that it looked, I mean, it just kind of popped out right at the very end after his knees were on the ground. Let's go down to Kenny Wilkerson and see what he saw.
All right, guys, yeah, everybody coming over right now. All the players coming over saying down, down, he was down. Also, the explanation that the referee gave to Coach Payton is that it is not a penalty. What happens if a player or somebody tries to call a second timeout, they simply just do not grant it to them. So no penalty, from earlier before. And again, they're taking a look at this, but it certainly just showed the replay to the crowd here on the big screens. And I got to tell you, the reaction of the crowd was kind of subdued, like it looks like he was down. So we'll see.
Well, that's what it appeared to us as well. Certainly this will be a crucial call because the Saints want to get some momentum back, and they've been giving it back to the Bears. The football rests momentarily, at least, at the 30-yard line of New Orleans in possession of the Bears if the call stands up.
Well, Jim, you go back to the second timeout that Rex Grossman tried to make. Don't you think that should be some kind of delay of game penalty? Because, he's trying, if he walks out of there and the defense is looking at him and he's calling for timeout, now what do the Saints defensive players do? They immediately look to their bench,
right,
saying, hey, coach, what do we do right now? And then all of a sudden he goes back up underneath center and you go, hey, wait a minute, that's not necessarily fair play.
Well, I would agree. Caught everybody by surprise as Grossman had called timeout, come back up under center and pulled out from underneath center, signaled timeout for a second time, and then just went back under center and ran the play.
Michael Lewis is definitely down. He is definitely down before the ball comes out. But the crazy, both teams.
The ruling on the field stands. Players started losing control of the football before the knee went down. New Orleans is charged with their first team timeout.
Well, we got a Chicago Bears fan right in front of us that looked at us and said, that was a bad call, man. I mean, he's thrilled to death that they got it on his side, but he knows that the officials made a goof up right there.
Well, I wish he was down there instead of Terry McCauley. So the Bears will have it after another turnover by the Saints. Colston has fumbled the football away. Lewis has fumbled the football away.
New Orleans is charged with their second team timeout.
As the Bears recover at the New Orleans 30-yard line. When the Saints haven't turned the ball over this season, they have won. This is 2 turnovers in the first quarter of play. Here's Grossman. Play action. Throws. It's caught by Gilmore inside the 30 at the 28-yard line. Taken down by Scott Shanley. John Gilmore is a 5th-year tight end out of Penn State who was a draft choice of the Saints, a 6th-round draft choice, waived by them in 2002. That's a 3-yard gain. Final seconds of the first quarter. As the Bears look at 2nd and 7 from the New Orleans 27. And it looks like Grossman's going to let the clock expire. And he will. 15 minutes of football are history. The Bears leading the Saints by a score of 3-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Welcome back to Soldier Field. Trip to the Super Bowl hanging in the balance. The Saints with a couple of early turnovers. After one, they hold Robbie Gould and the Bears to a 19-yard field goal. Now after the Lewis fumble at the Saint 30, the Bears have taken it on one play down to the 27-yard line of the Saints. Grossman has been off to a slow start, just 1 out of 7 for 4 yards. He has not been sacked. Breeze was sacked twice in the first 2 possessions for the Saints. In the first quarter, the Saints had 3 first downs, the Bears 2, 11 rushing yards to the Bears 37, 50 passing yards to the Bears 7, 61 total yards to the Bears 44. Saints with a narrow lead in time of possession, 7:50 to 7:10. So the Bears will move it left to right on the first play of the second quarter, looking at 2nd and 7 from the New Orleans 27-yard line. Saints showing blitz off the corner. They bring it with Benson on the sideline, and he runs to the sideline before he is taken down by Josh Bullocks in front of the Bear bench. He'll stop the football down around the Saint 22-yard line. That's a 5-yard gain.
And you can join Bobby Hebert right after the game at Deaney's Seafood in Bucktown for the point after. Deaney's, if you ain't in Bucktown, baby, you ain't the real Deaney's.
Chicago's 1 out of 5 on 3rd down, looking at 3rd and 2 from the Saint 22. Benson, the tailback, 2 wide receivers to the left. Grossman hands it off to Benson. He slips and falls down, and the Saints cover him at the 25-yard line. And so the Saints hold on 3rd down, and on comes Robbie Gould once more. A loss on the play of 3 yards.
I almost thought that Cedric Benson went down with an injury right there, because when he fell down, he was never touched by anybody, but he laid on the ground. Right. But maybe that's just trying to protect the football, and let's not try and get too cute with anything.
Maynard kneels. He will hold at the 33, making this a 43-yard field goal attempt for Robbie Gould, the Pro Bowl kicker from the NFC. Snap, placement, Gould's kick on the way, and it is good. So Robbie Gould continues his fine work. 2 turnovers by the Saints, but just 2 field goals by the Bears. 13:40 to play, second quarter. Bears 6 and the Saints nothing. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Every morning I get up. Temperature has dropped, but humidity is still up there. Hey, this is Bob Del Giorno for Welch Generators, known for years as the industry leader in the generator and power distribution business. Welch is quickly becoming recognized for its service and dependability in temperature control and dehumidification business, with a full staff of technicians to set up your project ready to go 24/7 if needed. They're locally owned, serving the Gulf region. Call Welch today, 985-693-3351. That's Welch.
It's playoff time for the black and gold. Lessons learned. 1, great things can happen in a hurry. 2, a real plan of leadership is always needed. Sean Payton has shown us that. And with dedicated people playing like a team, even dreams like Buddy had are possible. All-Star Electric congratulates each and every member of the black and gold team and staff for a job well done. Just like All-Star Electric does every day. Proud to be turning on the lights at New Orleans hospitals, big box stores, and in homes like yours.
There's no job too big or too small for All-Star Electric.
Call 985-618-1200.
All our hopes and dreams started out as little boys and girls on the playground. This is Bobby Hebert. Every time the Saints score a rushing touchdown this season, Shell will donate $500 to the Deuce McAllister Catch-22 Foundation to help rebuild local playgrounds.
Be careful. You never know what's in the air you're breathing, unless you have a Train Clean Effect system. Then the air in your home is up to 99.98% cleaner. So breathe easy. Go to Train.com. That's Trane. And remember, it's hard to stop a train. Hear it first. News, weather, and sports every half hour on WWL AM and FM.
This game is brought to you by A.J. Barcia Heating and Air Conditioning. Give A.J. Barcia a call today.
Adrian Peterson forces the fumble by Lewis, recovers at the Saint 30-yard line. Saints forced the Bears into a field goal after 5 yards in 4 plays. A 43-yard Robbie Gould connection as the Bears lead 6-0. Here's Lewis picking up the football at his 3 and running it back to around the 23-yard line. 20 yards on the return. Israel Adonijah on the stop.
Getting all of us up here, Jim, and tell you what, the Saints right now, they have had the opportunity to move the football. It's the old turnover bug that has killed them so far.
First and 10 Saints from the Saints 24-yard line. Here's Breeze throwing a wobbly pass that's caught at the 30-yard line as a late flag comes in.
And they might call pushing off on Jim Henderson right there because of the way that he had to work back to that football. I think that might be offense. Offense. Number 18. I've seen that on Jerry. First down.
So it was Terrence Copper pushing off. And the football be marked back at the 14-yard line of the Saints.
I don't think that was a good call. I just saw the replay of that, and I don't think that was a very good call. Terrence Copper was just going up there, and there was a little bit of chicken fight going on between the receiver and the cornerback.
First and 20 for the Saints from their 14. Here's Breeze throwing, and it's dropped by Colston. That's probably going to be incomplete. At the 14-yard line, Colston didn't look it into his hands.
And I'll tell you what, Jim, I mean, I don't want any of the fans back home thinking that weather conditions have anything to do with this. I mean, it's wet on both sides, everything else. The Saints have been the one that have coughed up the football. When Drew Brees got hit, I mean, he just got plastered from the backside. Got right there. That's a catch that Parker Colston has made all season long.
Brings up second and 20 from the 14-yard line of the Saints. Bears showing blitz with Briggs. Here's Breeze handing it off to Bush. Reggie Bush looking for running room, and he's going to be swarmed over back inside the 15-yard line. The initial hit came right around the line of scrimmage. They're going to give him 1 yard on the carry.
And that's a generous 1 yard.
It is. This is Bear football. Saints are 0 for 2 on third down. And they're looking at 3rd and 19 from their 15-yard line. Breeze out of the shotgun. Looks. Can't find anybody. Now he's going to throw it over the middle. Incomplete to Colston up at the 31-yard line. And so the Saints will go a quick 3 and out and will punt the football away.
And once again, they're giving the Bears some very good field position right here, and especially with a guy like back there like Hester that, all he needs to do is just take it, and if he just gets a few yards, he gets the ball past midfield. So the Saints have been their own worst enemy today. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the Bears' defense, but the Saints have killed themselves.
There's Hester from his 41 on the return into Saints territory to the 49-yard line. Kevin Hauser tripped him up. Brian Scott was able to touch him down. That's a 44-yard punt and an 8-yard return by Devin Hester. A timeout on the field with 12:17 to play in the second quarter. Bears leading the Saints 6-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
This is Archie Manning. If your boat don't float, call Bridge House. Bridge House will tow your boat in, clean it, repair it, and sell it on their very own lot. By donating your old car, truck, or boat to Bridge House, you get a possible tax break. And the money Bridge House raises repairing and selling your boat or vehicle enables them to help hundreds of people who have lost the ability to support themselves. People right here in Louisiana. Call Bridge House today at 598-3355. Bridge House, 598-3355.
If we had started your examination with our 64-slice CT scanner right now, We would diagnose coronary artery disease using advanced 3D data processing. We'd produce never-before-seen freeze-frame images within a single heartbeat. And, oh yeah, we'd be finished by now. So ask your doctor if it's worth the time. The 64-slice CT scanner. You'll know for sure in 15 non-invasive seconds. Slidell Memorial Hospital. Your hospital for life.
Whether you're hauling a large load or a large family, GMC has the right vehicle. Like the 320 horsepower 2007 Yukon and Sierra with more maximum payload capacity than any half-ton crew cab. Engineering to the highest standard. See your local GMC dealer. 4.8-liter V8 two-wheel drive, 15 city, 20 highway, based on large utility segment. Excludes other GM vehicles. Cargo load capacity limited by weight and distribution. All claims exclude other GM vehicles. Like what you heard on WWL? Catch it on demand at WWL.com.
And let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, it's Entercom Communication Stations, the big 870 WWL New Orleans, and 105.3 WWL FM Kenner New Orleans.
First and 10 Bears at the Saint 49-yard line. Handoff Benson, right side, and Boyce Shanley smacks him down after a short gain, if any. Right around the line of scrimmage, Scott Shanley comes flying up and meets Benson head-on, the 220-pound running back. No gain on the play.
That was a nice thumper right there, right in the hole. Scott Shanley did exactly what he was supposed to do, hang back there, and as soon as he saw the gap where he thought the running back was going to go through, Cedric Benson, he comes up there and just lays a good thumper on him.
Second and 10 at the St. 49. Grossman play action. Going to throw down the seam, and the catch is made at the 19-yard line by Desmond Clark, his big tight end. And the Bears right back in business after a 30-yard hookup.
I'll tell you what.
Grossman threw that ball on the line perfectly.
Yes, he did. And I'll tell you what, he found that matchup with his tight end versus Jay Bellamy, and he said, I tell you what, I'm going to throw it right there in the middle of the field, and that's exactly what he did. Jay Bellamy didn't have what I would call terrible position. I just think the ball was thrown so well that there was no way that Jay could get to it.
First and 10 Bears as they threaten once more at the St. 19-yard line. 11:06 remaining before halftime. Chicago up 6-0. Here's Benson, big hole up the middle, barreling his way down to the 12-yard line. Mark Simoneau, along with Scott Shanley on the stop. That's a 7-yard gain. And this is not at all the way the Saints intended to start this football game. Showing some early jitters. Trouble protecting Breeze, problems with turnovers, and the Bears gaining momentum now offensively, looking at 2nd and 3 down at the Saint 12-yard line. Benson, the lone setback with the carry, and he's going to drive his way down to the 8-yard line, and it's going to be a 1st and goal for the Bears. Cedric Benson has made a point of saying that he wants the football more often. He had 157 carries during the regular season to 296 for Jones. And right now he's getting it and getting a 4-yard gain down to the 8-yard line of the Saints. 1st and goal, just under 10 minutes to play. Second quarter, Bears leading 6-0. Muhammad split out wide to the left. Give it to Benson again. He's hit by Young and surges his way down to around the 5-yard line before the Saints gang tackle him and throw him backwards. Ryan Scott coming up from a safety position to make the tackle after a 2-yard gain. Saints bring on Jason Kraft as the Bears will look at 2nd and goal from the 6-yard line. They have 19 and 43-yard Robbie Gould field goals on the board, looking to put it in the end zone this time. Muhammad and Clark to the left. Jones along with Berrien to the right. One setback behind Grossman, who drops, throws, and it's incomplete. Thrown behind Thomas Jones at the 1-yard line. Scott Shanley on the coverage.
Well, you know, I mean, I've kind of watched a couple of these throws here in the first half, and maybe a lot of this disrespect of Rex Grossman is a little bit undue because some of those receivers have kind of been open. Yeah, that was kind of thrown on the back shoulder of the receiver right there. But, I mean, that's a catch you should make if you're an NFL receiver.
Grossman, who had the lowest passer rating of any of the quarterbacks in the playoffs, looks at 3rd and goal from the 6. Splits out Davis, along with Muhammad to the left, Berrien to the right. Thomas Jones behind Grossman, who drops and looks. Can't find anybody. And now he's going to throw the football away. Under pressure from both Charles Grant and Will Smith. And so the Saints, again, prevent the Bears from putting it in the end zone, and that's, I guess, about the most encouraging thing you can say in this first half for the Saints.
Well, the thing about the Saints defense is because of what the Saints offense has done. You know, turn the ball over. Michael Lewis turned it over on the kickoff return, all that kind of stuff. The Saints defense, I think, up to this point, has played superbly.
And so it will force a 24-yard field goal attempt, right hash. Maynard to hold, Gold to attempt his 3rd field goal of the first half. And he is 3 for 3. With 8:52 to play before halftime, the Bears run their lead to 9-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
You wouldn't want your favorite team to play only one side of the ball. So when it comes to insurance, why settle for someone that can only handle your auto policy? Bring your home and auto insurance to Allstate now, and you can save big on both. You deserve someone that can tackle more. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Hey, football fans, to learn more, call your local Allstate agent. Subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tolga the hostile and Thor the extraordinarily angry on the dark ages of banking.
Before Capital One, banks could sack and pillage at will. Back then, customers really knew their places, which was usually face down in the dirt with food truckers squarely in their back. Those were the good old days.
No hassle banking from Capital One. We're bringing banking out of the dark ages.
What's in your wallet?
For details, call 1-888-755-BANK or log on to CapitalOneBank.com. Capital One National Association, member FDIC.
Ever wonder what 2 days in the life of a Jeep Commander is like? Listen and learn.
Your valet ticket.
Today's special with available features like Quadra Drive 2 full-time 4-wheel drive, Park View backup camera, and full map and navigation system, Jeep Commander combines unmatched convenience and technology with legendary off-road capability. It's one in a growing lineup of legendary Jeep vehicles. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
The Big 870, 105.3 FM and WWL.com.
Bears go 43 yards in 8 plays in 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Settle for a 24-yard Robbie Gould field goal and take a lead of 9-0. If you're Sean Payton on the Saints bench, you're probably saying, hey, look, guys, we're very much in this thing. Let's just settle down and play Saints football. Don't turn the ball over. We got plenty of time, and we're more than capable of overcoming this lead, despite the fact that the Bears are one of the best defensive teams in the NFL.
You are absolutely right, Jim.
So here's Gold to kick it away. And it's pulled. It's going to hit at the 15-yard line and roll all the way down to the end zone, a yard deep, where Michael Lewis will kneel for the touchback.
Well, I don't know if all this, these shenanigans going on with the kicking game, whether that's intentional or it's just guys having a bad day. But, I mean, all these kickoffs have been pretty bad. But you know what? Michael Lewis did the smart thing right there. Just take that thing in the end zone and just say, all right, let's put it out on 20 and let's go. Because we have proven to ourselves we can move the ball on this Bears defense.
At least initially, their first drive was 44 yards, but their last 3 have covered that 18 yards, and there has been the turnover on the Colston fumble. First and 10 Saints from the New Orleans 20-yard line. Bush is split out wide to the right with Colston. Copper and Henderson to the near side of the field. McAllister, who's been seldom used, gets the handoff. And Deuce fights through a tackle, and he'll be dropped at the 25-yard line.
And there's nothing wrong with using that young man right there to do some things right there. You're only down 9-0. I mean, we're still in the first half. Let's just go ahead and use your big bruiser and let him do some things.
That's a 5-yard gain. Alex Brown, the defensive end on the tackle. 2nd and 5 Saints at the New Orleans 25. As Breeze has to reset Copper from the right side to the left side of the formation. He splits him out to the near side along with Colson. Carney along with McAllister behind Breeze. He looks up at the play clock, drops straight back, throws it to right for McAllister, and he drops the ball. Urlacher was coming up on him, but Deuce just didn't look it into his hands, and the Saints have been shaky here in the early going.
A lot of drop passes, turnovers, everything else, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the weather conditions because it's not raining, it's not snowing, the football is not wet. I don't know. I mean, I just think a lot of those guys are just, they're trying to make something happen too fast.
Breeze has missed on his last 3 passes. 3rd and 5 here from the Saint 25. Breeze in the shotgun puts Stecker in motion. Falls for the football. Bears bring 4. Breeze steps up, pump fakes, gonna run with the football, has the first down, diving beyond the 32 up close to the 33-yard line before Lance Briggs covers him up after a 7-yard scramble.
Good smarts on the part of Drew Brees right there. He made that pump fake in the middle of the pocket. Hey, he wanted to throw the ball down the field, and not like 40 yards down the field, but just get somebody out there. But once he made that pump fake and the Bears defense bid on it, he said, I've got enough room to go up there and get the first down myself.
At the 33-yard line of the Saints. Breeze, play action. Has some time, now dumps it off over the middle to Bush, and he's hit immediately by Brian Urlacher for a very short gain on the play of 2 yards.
You know, earlier in this season, there was an article, I guess it was in USA Today or something, that said that Brian Urlacher was the most overrated defensive player in the league. That is as big a BS as I have ever heard in my life. I mean, he is a terrific player. I saw him when I was scouting for the Saints, and you know where he played? At the he played safety at the University of New Mexico.
Got great range for a guy who's 258 pounds. 2nd and 8 Saints from the 35. Play action Breeze. Steps up, throws to McAllister. Catch is made. He's taken down as he gets just beyond the 40-yard line by Hunter Hillenmeyer after a 5-yard gain.
And something else that Brian Urlacher said during the course of this week, he said, our #1 priority, stop Deuce McAllister. Whether he's running the football or whether he's catching the football, you got to stop him because as a guy like Brian Urlacher would know, Deuce McAllister is really the biggest cog in this wheel of the Saints offense if he can get the running game going.
3rd and 3 from the Saints 41. Bush in motion, right to left. Breeze drops. Can't find anybody again. Now he throws over the middle, incomplete. Broken up by Tillman. The intended receiver was Colston at midfield, and there's just no one to throw the football to at the moment for Drew Brees.
Well, I mean, you know, a lot of that stuff happens. Now, to me, the way I'm looking at it, how does Sean Payton and Drew Brees kind of readjust everything, saying, look, they're bringing some different blitzes that we haven't seen, and they're coming up the gut right there, and they're taking away some of our primary weapons. Now, do you start going to a Billy Miller? Do you start going to a Mike Carney? Who knows?
Here's Hester on a short Weatherford punt that hits at the 3:30 and takes a Saint bounce back toward the line of scrimmage. Brian Scott comes down and covers it up. That's just a 29-yard effort by Weatherford. And the Bears will have pretty good field position when we return with 5:51 remaining before halftime and Chicago leading New Orleans 9-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hey, Bobby Hebert here. I just got connected to Central Progressive Bank's bonus bucks. Every time I use my CPB debit card to make a purchase, CPB credits my totally free checking account with cash back. Earning cash back on CPB's totally free checking. Now that's a bonus. Go see the folks at CPB. They'll connect you to totally free checking and bonus bucks. Tell them Bobby sent you.
CPB, now you're connected. Member FDIC, minimum $50 opening deposit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lamar Board presents Ronnie Lamar. Oh, when I sing, go marching in. Yes, when I sing, go
so good. Sergi's can make you feel good, too, with Lennox air conditioning and heating systems. Winter can be your winning season. Free estimates, low prices, and no waiting for service. Call Sergi's Air Conditioning today, 469-4232. And go Saints!
It's the Reggie Bush Sony Super Savings Sale at A1. Save on all Sony big screens, and you could win a trip for two to the big game. Come to A1 Appliance and Electronics now. The most listened to show in America. Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 11 to 2 on the Big 870 WWL.
Bears have won 22 straight while leading at halftime with 5:51 to go before intermission. They hold a 9-0 lead over the Saints. Grossman, but 3 of 11 for 37 yards. That big hook up to Desmond Clark being the one strike of note. Cedric Benson, 11 carries for 29. They have scored on their last 3 possessions, all Robbie Gould field goals. On first down, this is Jones with some running room right up the gut. Bellamy brings him down short of the 45-yard line, and that'll be a carry for a Bear first down. 14 yards for Thomas Jones before Jay Bellamy can stop him. The Bears making some yardage right up the gut against this Saint defense. It's 1st and 10 at the Chicago 45. Muhammad along with Berrien split out wide to the left. This is Jones once more. Semino has him after a short gain up to around the 47-yard line of the Bears. Thomas Jones, who's had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, rushing for 1,210 yards this year. That's a gain of 2 for the former #1 pick by the Arizona Cardinals. 7th pick in the first round, who later went to Tampa Bay. He came here as an unrestricted free agent in 2004. 2nd and 8 from the Bear 47. Jones on the delay, this time into Saints territory to the 40. Stiff arming a tackler. He's going to be pushed out of bounds right around the 20-yard line. Stiff arm Josh Bullocks. And finally it was McKenzie who drove him out of bounds at the Saint 20.
Well, you know the Saints defense is going to give up at least 2 or 3 big defensive plays, whether it be by pass or by run. And you couple that with turnovers, that's a recipe for disaster. But I'm not willing to give up right now, because the one thing the Saints defense have done, they've kind of been behind the 8 ball all game long so far, and they've only allowed the Chicago Bears offense to get 9 points.
27-yard run as Thomas Jones gets the call again. Down to the 12-yard line, Jay Bellamy on the stop. They are just dominating the line of scrimmage at the moment and taking it right through Hollis Thomas and company up front.
Well, the one thing that you don't want right now at this stage of the game is for that Bears offense to get too much confidence, because Rex Grossman has not been what I would call razor sharp. He's made a couple of nice throws, things like that, but he's also kind of been off target a little bit.
7-yard gain brings up 2nd and 2 from the 12-yard line. Thomas Jones again. Ryan Young hits him, and he'll be short of the first down, dropped around the 11-yard line. So Rex Grossman has been far from impressive, but very smartly, this offensive attack of Ron Turner and the Bears is just putting the ball in the midsection of the likes of Cedric Benson, and on this drive, Thomas Jones, and running the football effectively. They'll give him 2 on the carry, and he'll bring up 3rd and 1 at the Saint 11-yard line. Hussein Muhammad, the lone wide receiver to the right side. Thomas Jones again, inside the 10 to the 9, 1st and goal, Chicago. That's a gain of 2. They've run very effectively behind the right side of their offensive line. The right guard, Roberto Garza, the former Falcon, and the veteran right tackle, Fred Miller. And so the Bears have the 1st and goal at the 9-yard line. Jones has 60 yards and 8 carries. And Chicago with a 9-0 lead, looking to increase it in the final minutes of the first half. Fullback McKee up in front of Jones in an eye. Hussein Muhammad in motion left to right. Give it to Jones. Cut back against the grain. Slips the tackle. And he's going to be dropped down at the 3-yard line by Bellamy, who prevents the touchdown. That's It's an 8-yard gain for Thomas Jones. So right now, the two-pronged running attack of the Bears having all the better of it against the Saints. Two-pronged attack of McAllister and Bush, which has been held in check. We reached the 2-minute warning with the Bears threatening and leading 9-0. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
For many seasons, the Abita Man and Abita Springs Water have been an official sponsor of the New Orleans Saints. That's why it gives the Abita Man great pleasure to congratulate our home team on winning the NFC South Championship. To share the excitement, Abita Springs Water is giving away Saints autographed footballs. Sign up for your chance to win at abitasprings.com. There are a limited number of signed footballs available, so don't miss out on your chance to win with Abita Springs Water. Abita Man. Abita Man.
Attention Saints fans, it's me, Joe Horn, and I want you to add me to your search. Oh, and don't forget to access my weekly podcast.
Want inside info from Joe Horn? Visit allcircle.com/87 and check out Joe's weekly podcast. To listen, enter code 8787. Plus, Alltel customers will be entered to win great prizes just by dialing pound Joe 87 from their Alltel phone. To learn more, visit allcircle.com. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Promotion is 12/31/06.
I don't know much about art. You ever hear that expression? So who is this Art fella, and why don't we know about him? Maybe because Art's a guy who likes to blend in with the crowd. Maybe he's just not ready for public viewing. Well, he's not the type who'd be behind the wheel of a new Dodge Nitro. It's got bold, brawny, aggressive style, a powerful, available 4-liter V6 engine, and a spacious and flexible interior with an available 20-gigabyte MyGig system. Dodge Nitro. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Home of Louisiana's Reporter of the Year, Chris Miller, WWL AM and FM.
Bears have thrown the football 11 times for about 37 yards, run it 21 for 119 for a total of 156 yards. Saints averaging 3.7 yards per play, the Bears 4.6. Of course, the Bears will return the second half kickoff. Right now, they'd like to put it in the end zone and make that a 16-0 lead before the conclusion of the half. The Bears this season were 7-1 against rookie coaches. And a very frustrated rookie coach of the Saints, the coach of the year on the far sideline, Sean Payton, looking for something good to happen for his football team. Not a lot has in the first half as they've turned the ball over twice. And the Bears have taken control of this football game on the ground. 2nd and goal from the 2-yard line. Thomas Jones, who's been the workhorse of this attack, the tailback. He gets the call. Right side, touchdown. Thomas Jones with a 2-yard touchdown run as they go right over Hollis Thomas. And again, that right side of the line of Garza and Miller opening up the hole that allows the Bears to score the first touchdown of this game.
Okay, so if you're looking for the silver lining on the cloud right now, it's the fact that the Saints do have 1 minute and 56 seconds. And they've had the opportunity to move the ball pretty good. It's been drop passes, penalties, turnovers, all that kind of stuff that just come up to, shoot you in the foot. Let's just get the kickoff and move the ball down the field and try and get something on the scoreboard before it's over with here in the first half.
Robbie Gould adds the extra point. And with 1:56 to play before halftime, to the song of Bear Down Chicago Bears, they have done exactly that and lead the Saints by a score of 16-0. The Bear drive covers 69 yards in 8 plays in 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Jones puts it in the end zone. He had a pair of touchdowns last week in the victory over the Seahawks.
And I don't see any reason to push the panic button right now. You're talking about a 16-0 lead. As I said before, the Saints have been their own worst enemy in this game. And I'm certainly not taking anything away from the Chicago Bears. They have played terrific defense. They play good offense, doing what they do best. But the Saints have not been a good friend to themselves. So Let's just see if they can take this football right here after the kickoff with 1 minute and 56 seconds and do something to at least get some points on the board.
The winners of the NFC North for 2 straight years coming out with a very impressive performance here in the first half, while the Saints have looked extremely shaky. Here's Gold's kickoff. A line drive that'll be taken at the 10-yard line on the far sideline by Lewis. Back to the 20, 25, runs into a pile, and he's dropped at the 22-yard line. After a 12-yard return, and a tackle again by Abadejo, who is their leading special teams tackler, the Saints will have the football at the New Orleans 27 with 1:50 to play before halftime. The Saints were moving the ball early, but Breeze sacked on consecutive possessions, unable to get points on the board for the Saints. First and 10 New Orleans from the Saint 27. Breeze out of the shotgun. In trouble, steps up, delivers the football to Colston, who drops the football incomplete at the 32-yard line. That's about the 4th pass of the first half that Marcus Colston has had in his hands, and he's not been able to come away with the football.
And let's not blame it on weather conditions, because weather conditions are not the factor right now. I don't know if the Saints are too geared up, if they're too excited, or what the case may be. But those are passes that we've seen Marcus Colston catch all year long.
Brian Urlacher on the coverage. Colston's been thrown to 7 times, has 2 catches for 16. Second and 10 from the 27. Breeze changes the play. Out of the shotgun as Urlacher retreats from his middle linebacker position. Breeze can't find anybody. Rolls to his left, continues to look downfield, and now throws the football away as he is dropped by Mark Anderson. Drew Brees has had a harder time finding receivers open today than he has all season long. Mark Anderson on the coverage is on the pass rush, rather. Really been a fine addition, a 5th-round draft choice out of Alabama, who had 12 sacks this season, leading all NFL rookies. And it brings us to 3rd and 10 at the Saint 27. Saints trailing 16-0 with 1:37 to play before halftime. Breeze in the shotgun. Bears bring 4. Breeze steps up, throws down the middle, and it is caught by Colston. What a grab at the 45-yard line. There's the Marcus Colston that we have come to know and love, because he made a terrific catch there. Urlacher all the way downfield on the coverage. Chris Harris, the strong safety, on the stop. First and 10 from the 44 of the Bears. Here's Breeze throwing again. A sliding grab is made at the 27-yard line by Devery Henderson. Saints hurrying things up here as a timeout has been called.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson when the Beatles brings Warner Saints sideline report.
All right, guys, maybe just the thing that they need, a little confidence there. Colson coming in with that grab, and then Devery making a sliding grab. Nice catch for him. A confident football team, and a team definitely that is not panicking at all down here on the sidelines. It is starting to rain a little bit. No snow coming down or anything like that, but a very light miss and a little bit more than we've endured so far in this game. But definitely things starting to slicken up a little bit with the rain, and it definitely has gotten a little colder.
17 yards on the reception by Henderson. The Saints use their last timeout with 1 minute and 6 seconds to play before halftime.
Well, the main thing right here, Jim, keep yourself in position to get points on the board.
First and 10 at the 28-yard line of the Bears. Henderson and Colston wide to the left, Copper wide right. Breeze points out blocking assignments and retreats to the shotgun. He looks to his left, throws to the near sideline, caught by Colston, out of bounds. They spot the football around the 22-yard line on the near sideline. Ricky Manning Jr. on the coverage. Clock is stopped with 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining.
I don't know if you saw what happened right there. Reggie Bush was lined up at the left side of the backfield. And as Drew Brees was pointing out things, Reggie Bush was pointing back to Drew Brees saying, I got everything covered. He went from the left side of the backfield to the right of the backfield to pick up the blitzer coming.
5-yard gain brings up 2nd and 5. at the Bear 23. 3 receivers bunched to the right, Henderson wide to the left. And this is going to be blown dead. False start, Saints.
False start. Offense, number 78. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
The right tackle, John Stinchcomb, guilty of the false start.
And let's go right back down to Kenny Wilkerson.
All right, guys, Jonathan Stinchcomb right there on the false start. If you notice on his right arm, he's got his elbow wrapped up. Now, he has not had any kind of problems with his elbow through the season, but apparently something has already occurred in his game. But Stinchcomb playing hurt a little bit right now.
They'll bring up second down now from the 28-yard line. Here's Breeze stepping up in the pocket, throwing, and it's incomplete. He had Colston make that Henderson down around the 9-yard line. He was looking for the ball inside. It came to the outside, and he couldn't make the catch. Covered by the cornerback, Nathan Vasher.
I mean, to me, the biggest thing right now, Jim, is come out of this with points. If you get in the end zone, that's fantastic. But at least get yourself in position to get the field goal.
Saints are 3 out of 7 on third down conversions. This is 3rd and 10 from the Bear 28. Henderson and Colston wide to the right. 2 receivers to the near side of the field. Breeze in the shotgun. Pumps, steps up. Bears claw at him. He throws to the near sideline. Catch by Copper. First down, out of bounds, inside the 15-yard line. And so the Saints do convert as Copper brings down the pass in front of Nathan Vasher. Clock is stopped with 51 seconds remaining. That is a 14-yard strike, carrying the football to the Bear 13-yard line. 51 seconds remaining before intermission.
Man, Jamal Brown is really struggling over there at the left tackle position right now, whether it's a linebacker coming at him or a defensive end. I mean, people are getting around him and forcing Drew Brees to really step up in the pocket.
1st and 10 from the 13. Here's Brees, dropping, throwing, caught by Colston, touchdown! In front of Peanut Tillman, Marcus Colston, who's been off to a very slow start, brings it down on a 13-yard touchdown strike.
And I tell you what, you got to give a lot of credit to Drew Brees right there, just kind of hanging in everything that the Bears are bringing at him from a blitz standpoint, getting pressure on him, having to step up in the pocket, having to roll out of the pocket and everything else. He makes the perfect strike right there to Marcus Colston.
He found the one-on-one coverage, and Colston slipped Tillman at the line of scrimmage, put a head fake on him to the outside, broke inside to the post, and the ball was delivered perfectly for a 13-yard touchdown strike. John Carney on to add the extra point. Martin puts it down, and Carney puts it up and through. So very much a confidence-building drive for the Saints as they get on the scoreboard on the 13-yard strike. Breeze to Colston with 46 seconds remaining.
And you're exactly right when you're talking about a confidence builder right there. I mean, the Saints are fixing to go. Now, a lot depends right here on what happens with the Bears. Whatever happens with this kickoff return, do they decide to just take a knee and say, all right, we're going to go in with a 16-7 lead, go in and kind of regroup ourselves? But I tell you what, the Saints showed a lot of moxie right there coming back because of the turnovers, the penalties, the things that have happened to them, that they come back down, march that ball down the field.
The Bears have 2 timeouts remaining. Charles Tillman, the Louisiana Lafayette product, shaking his head in frustration on the near sideline as Drew Brees picked out the one-on-one matchup. And it was Colston beating Tillman for the score.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, something with Tillman right there. You got a guy that's 6'4". He's coming inside of you. He's a big, strong guy. You always have to be aware as a cornerback on the outside that the guy's going to run the fade route. Quarterback's just going to lob it over the top of your head and out-jump somebody. But right there, it's a hard thing to do to get through a body that big like Marcus Colston has.
Cundiff's kickoff bounds to Hester at the 15-yard line. The dangerous Devin Hester with some running room as he takes it around the left side and runs out of bounds in front of the Saint bench. It looks like they'll spot the football up around the 36-yard line of the Bears, who'll have it with 40 seconds remaining on a 19-yard Hester return. 40 seconds remaining before halftime, and with a pair of timeouts left to their disposal.
I mean, if I'm Lovie Smith and you've got 2 timeouts, sitting right there in your back pocket, you know, you got to come out running and gunning for this thing and trying to get points for your own team right here at the end of the ball, end of the first half.
1st and 10 from the Bear 34. Clark in motion right to left. Handed off to Thomas Jones. Sweeping left, and he's going to be tripped up after a short gain to around the 38-yard line.
Good job by the Saints defense of keeping Thomas Jones inbounds. And that way, now you kind of force in Lovie Smith's hand. What do you want to do? I mean, do you want to call a timeout? Whatever. Now, the Bears are going to the line with a no-huddle offense, but Lovie Smith is kind of letting everybody know what he wants to do. And right there, Rex Grossman just throws it completely out of bounds, I guess, to save a timeout.
On 2nd and 6, Grossman couldn't find anybody immediately, so threw the ball out of bounds on the far sideline to the Saints bench. Well, the Saints came into this game wanting to rattle Rex Grossman early, and they have done so. He's just 3 out of 12 for 37 yards. Has only thrown really one pass with authority. The problem has been the Saints have been unable to stop the Bears on the ground. It'll be 3rd and 6 at the Chicago 38. 12 seconds remaining before halftime, and the Bears are just going to run out the final seconds of the first half. And so the Bears, with 3 straight field goals and a 2-yard Thomas Jones touchdown run, open up a 16-0 lead before the Saints finally get their offense in gear on a 78-yard, 8-play, 1 minute and 10-second march. The results in a 13-yard touchdown strike. Breeze to Colson. We head to intermission with the Bears on top of the Saints by a score of 16-7. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Welcome back to Soldier Field. Jim Henderson along with Hokie Gajan and Kenny Wilkerson. Second half about to begin as a very cold rain starts falling more heavily. In the first half, the Bears on their last possession knelt down to end the half, but prior to that on 4 possessions, they had 3 field goals and a touchdown. 3 of their 4 drives starting in Saints territory. And the average was at the New Orleans 48-yard line, and that's pretty much been the story of a very almost perfect first half for the Bears. They had no penalties, no sacks, no turnovers for them in the first half. They ran 37 total plays with 26 of those on the Saints side of the 50-yard line.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, Jim, I mean, if you look at the numbers for Rex Grossman, he was 3 of 12 for 37 yards in the first half. Now, Thomas Jones ran the ball 11 times for 79 yards. He's had the big game. Cedric Benson, 12 carries for 30 yards. Contrast that with the Saints. Drew Brees, 13 out of 22 for 166 yards and a touchdown. Juice McAllister, 4 carries for 10 yards. And Reggie Bush, 2 carries for 7 yards, 2 receptions for 8 yards. So I think what the Saints need to do here in the second half, get those 2 big studs going, because the 2 studs for Chicago being Jones and Benson, those are the guys that are carrying the load for them. Because Rex Grossman is not at a 3 or 12 clip.
Saints have run the football just 7 times, 4 times by McAllister, twice by Bush, and they've run it for only 25 yards. So Bears' ground game has been the difference of the first half. Let's see what happens in the second. One of these teams, 30 minutes from Miami. Here's Hester from the 9-yard line returning the kickoff, dancing around at the 25, and he's going to be dropped back at the 21 as he gives ground, and Brian Scott is able to bring him down in the open field. Nice tackle by the former Falcon after a 15-yard return.
And I tell you what, Brian Scott did the great thing right there. He didn't commit to the middle of the field. He said, you know, my responsibility is to make containment on the outside. And that's exactly what he did. He didn't get sucked up in the middle when Hester took it up to the middle of the field.
1st and 10 Bears from the Chicago 24-yard line. Jones, the tailback. Play action, Grossman. Lots of time, throws the ball downfield, and the catch is made by Berrien at the 40-yard line. Jay Bellamy with the stick drives him 5 yards further back upfield, but they'll mark his forward progress beyond the 40-yard line. It'll be a Bear first down after a 17-yard reception.
And I'll tell you what, Rex Grossman did not have a very good first half, but he made the throws that he made, and those 3 receptions that he had in the first half were very authoritative throws, and that was another one right there.
He had a passer rating below 37 in 5 of the last 11 games for the Bears. First and 10 Chicago from the 41 of the Bears. Here's Grossman throwing again deep downfield looking for Berrien, and it's overthrown at the 20-yard line. He goes down with coverage provided by Freddie Thomas, but there is no flag. Berrien gets up looking for one. No flag on the play.
And I think that's a good no call. I mean, you know, when you got two guys running stride for stride down the field, everybody knew that they were going to kind of pick out Fred Thomas as the guy to go at. When you're running down the field, it's not like Fred Thomas grabbed him and pulled him down. They just kind of got their feet tangled up together.
They've twice taken shots deep downfield against Freddie Thomas, and both times Thomas has been equal to the challenge. Second and 10 from the Bear 41. Here's the running play going to Thomas Jones, and he might get a yard or two up to around the 42, perhaps the 43-yard line of the Bears. Free safety Josh Bullocks on the stop. Thomas Jones had 79 yards rushing in the first half with a long carry of 35, an average of 7.2. That's just a 2-yard gain, and it brings up 3rd and 8 at the Bear 43. Jones the lone setback. Two receivers to the right, one to the left. Tight end Clark comes in motion as an H-back. Saints blitzing Grossman. Bears pick it up. Grossman throws downfield, and it's incomplete. Muhsin Muhammad broke off the route around the 35-yard line, and the ball was thrown over his head. And so the Saints able to get the football back here in the first couple of minutes of the second half.
And I mean, I tell you what, Jim, that is not a 3-and-out, but it basically equates to a 3-and-out. I mean, on first down, Grossman throws it for 17 yards. Nice throw that he made. And after that, the Saints defense settled down and shut them down and putting the ball back in the Saints offensive hands right now.
Brad Maynard to punt it away. Lewis retreats to the 8-yard line, takes it in, slips a tackle, runs up the far sideline, breaks it open, but a flag has been thrown. He's taken down at the 42-yard line as the ball comes free. Bears scramble for the football. Lewis down by contact, but a flag back upfield around the 23-yard line.
During the return, illegal block in the back, receiving team, number 24.
Well, that's a hell of a lot better than the turnover.
First down, timeout.
Brian Scott with the penalty after a 48-yard punt. 13-13 to play, just underway in the third quarter. Saints touch the football for the first time in the second half, trailing by 9, 16-7. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hello, my name is YouConnect. I'm a feature on the all-new Chrysler Aspen. It's easy to forget me with all the other exciting features inside the Aspen, like the powerful and sexy Hemi engine. But I can be programmed to connect with up to 7 different cell phones. The electronic stability program can do that. And reliable. And that's definitely sexy.
The Chrysler Aspen is full of so many available features, it may take you a while to discover them all. And the price is equally sexy.
Hey, this is Bobby Hebert for Cintas, the service professional. In sports, we talk about it. What is it? The characteristic of a person or a team that you can't define. It is what you see in this year. Cintas also has it, a group of partners that are willing to do whatever it takes. Cintas goes the extra mile to get it done and has fun doing it. Cintas is #1 in their business because they hire people with it. If you want to do business with a team that has it, call Cintas, the service professionals.
This important message is for the parents of all high school athletes. Undetected heart problems occur every year. Don't let your child become a victim like Chad Barcia. Save your child's life. The A.J. Barcia family urges you to visit the ChadBarciaFoundation.org.
What's the best part of your day? It could be melting your worries away in a new Cal Spa from the Spa Shop. With 6-person spas starting at only $19.95, now is the time to make the best part of your day a new Cal Spa from the Spa Shop in Mandeville. Call 800-289-SPAS.
Sports Talk with Bobby Hebert and Kenny Wilkerson. Weekdays 4 till 7 on WWL.
Welcome back to Soldier Field. Let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson with the Venus Spring Quarter Saints Sideline Report.
All right, guys, things starting to get loud down here on the field, although I'll tell you the decibel level has not gone over over 97. The Superdome usually is about 106, 105, somewhere in that neighborhood. The Saints coaching staff and players recognizing big time that the Bears are loading up with an 8-man front and throwing 8 in that box. And, their plan coming into the second half is going to be to throw the football. They're just going to have to catch it, but they're going to try to attack these Bears with throwing the football, and they definitely found something there on that one drive, that touchdown drive there near the end of the first half with some seams down the middle of the field. Let's just hope that the receivers hold on to it.
First and 10 Saints from their 7-yard line. McAllis to the lone setback. Breeze up under center. Play action to Deuce. From his end zone, he dumps it off. Does Breeze to Copper, and he is stood up and thrown backward from the 11-yard line.
I'll tell you what, Jim, been a very clean game so far. The Saints have had 3 penalties for 25 yards. Chicago, no penalties whatsoever. And when you look at that in the turnovers, that is one of the big reasons right now that the Bears lead the Saints 16-7, because the Bears haven't made the crucial mistake.
Charles Tillman on the stop after a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5 from the Saint 12. Copper in motion left to right. Breeze to throw. He's going to throw it downfield for Bush. Wide open 30, 40, putting him on midfield. Can anybody catch Bush? He's the fastest guy on the field, and nobody will. 20, 15, 10, 5, bye-bye, baby. And there's a fleur-de-leap into the end zone to cap it off after 88 yards.
Well, that is the whole thing right there about Reggie Bush. He didn't look behind him like he did in the games a few weeks ago in that he said, I've got enough speed to outrun everybody. He kept that ball tucked up, and he wasn't worried could anybody catch him, because that is the thing that Reggie Bush has done all season long. He's learned that I've got as much speed as anybody in this league.
And you could just hear it in the crowd. As soon as he took in the ball in the open field, it's behind the defensive back. Everybody just went, uh-oh, and he put a big move on Danielle Manning to break it open, and Brian Urlacher is not going to catch Reggie Bush inside the 5-yard line.
There's nobody on the Bears team that's going to catch Reggie Bush.
John Carney adds the extra point. And with 12:20 to play here in the third quarter, the lead is now 16-14 Bears. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Why settle for another pre-made combo meal when right now you can get a Subway Fresh Value Meal Sub of the Day for just $3.99. Just $3.99 gets you a different delicious sub every day with chips and a drink. The $3.99 Fresh Value Meal. Subway restaurants, where freshness meets value. Subway. Eat fresh. For a limited time at participating restaurants, offer good on regular 6-inch sub bag of chips and 21-ounce drinks. Subway's registered trademark of Dr. Associate Inc.
Proudly supporting the New Orleans Saints throughout their successful season is the Louisiana Workers' Compensation Corporation. LWCC is the proven leader in workers' comp insurance for Louisiana, serving some 22,000 businesses and their workers across the state. It's a company committed to workplace safety, quality care for the injured worker, superior service, and policyholder value. That's why independent agents recommend LWCC to their trusted customers. LWCC, how workers' comp is supposed to work.
Why pay more? For a Ford you can afford, get to Veterans Ford in Metairie. They won't sing at you, but they will give you a great deal on a new car or truck. Veterans Ford is Metairie Truck Central. Why pay more? For an 07 Ford F-150 regular cab XL automatic, when you can get it for just $16,175 at Veterans Ford. Right on Veterans, right on the price. 3724 Veterans Boulevard, next to Lowe's. Call 887-8410. Online at vetsford.com. All prices after rebate plus TTL. Regional restrictions apply. Stock number is 23701. Need work or looking for workers? Check out the job bank at WWL.com.
In a far more quiet Soldier Field, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, it's Entercom Communication Stations, the big 870 WWL New Orleans, and 105.3 WWL FM Kenner New Orleans.
2 plays, 93 yards, 53 seconds, an 88-yard touchdown strike. Breeze to Reggie Bush as the Saints pull within 2. It's the longest play in an NFC Championship game. Here's the kickoff that bounds down to the 15, still rolling and rolls out of bounds at the 12. And so Billy Cundiff's kickoff is a 4-1, and the Bears will start from their own 40. But that's the kind of play, the kind of electricity that Saints offense has that have been held in check for the most part through the first half. But now the Saints have scored back-to-back touchdowns to cut the Chicago lead, which was once 16-0 to 16-14.
Yeah, but that was kind of I don't know if Cundiff was trying to hit that knuckleball, but you don't want that thing right there happening where now it gives Chicago the ball at the 40-yard line.
1st and 10. Grossman hands it off to Jones, met in the backfield. Drop for a loss on the play. Will Smith along with Scott Fujita. That's going to be a loss of 3 on the carry.
And Jim, with that last pass, Drew Brees to Reggie Bush, that now makes Brees 15 out of 24 for 259 yards and 2 touchdowns. Now, I know the ball was only thrown slightly beyond the line of scrimmage, but Reggie Bush did the rest. But Drew Brees is kind of getting into that rhythm right now.
2nd and 12 from the Bear 38-yard line. Jones behind Grossman, who drops. Grossman sets up a middle screen, and Jones drops it at the 38-yard line with running room. Right around the line of scrimmage, he couldn't turn it upfield with the football in his hands.
And you can't blame Russ Grossman for that right there. I mean, the ball was put right there in the hands of Thomas Jones, and I know how the people here in Chicago, by reading the paper, whether I'm in New Orleans or whether I'm up here in Chicago, how much heat he's taken. That's a heck of a throw right there. Thomas Jones, you got to make that reception. I'm glad he didn't, but you're supposed to make it.
Let's see if the Saints can dial up the heat on a pass rush here. 3rd and 12 from the Bear 38. Grossman drops, steps up, delivers the football. It's tipped and incomplete. Off the hands of Muhsin Muhammad at the 40-yard line.
I think it was Muhammad that tipped the ball. I mean, the ball was a little bit high. He reached his hand up and kind of popped it up in the air. I mean, you'd like to be one of the Saints defenders, get in there, getting that hand on the ball, but nonetheless, we'll take it. Another 3 and out for the Saints. And Reggie Bush now is back there to return the punt.
Brad Maynard to punt it away, standing at the Bear 24-yard line. Saints with a return on. He angles it to the near sideline. Bush comes up, fields it at the 19. Running across the field looking for a block. He can't get around the Bears and is going to be taken down inside the 20-yard line. So the Saints will start from fairly deep in their own territory again. Dante Wesley on the coverage and the tackle after a 44-yard punt and just a single yard on the Bush return. 11:25 to play 3rd quarter. It's the Bears 16 and the Saints 14. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
You wouldn't want your favorite team to play only one side of the ball. So when it comes to insurance, why settle for someone that can only handle your auto policy? Bring your home and auto insurance to Allstate now, and you can save big on both. You deserve someone that can tackle more. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Hey, football fans, to learn more, call your local Allstate agent. Subject to availability and qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois. This is Joel Dupre of Southern Scrap Recycling, metal recyclers for 106 years. We're the leader in the Gulf, and we pay the highest price in the Gulf for your tin, steel, auto hulks, aluminum, copper, and stainless steel, period. Come on, folks, let's clean up the Gulf. And Southern Scrap has 15 locations to serve you. New Orleans, Houma, Morgan City, Baton Rouge, Port Allen, Lafayette, Lake Charles, and Gulfport, plus Auto Shred in Pensacola and Mobile. Southern Scrap Recycling, paying the highest price for your metals in the Gulf South.
All-Star Electric, your dependable regional electrical contractor serving 4 states, is proud to help bring New Orleans and the Gulf Coast back. Commercial, industrial, and residential electrical work. No job is too big or too small for All-Star Electric. Here's CEO Todd Trosclair talking about their service.
We have a 24-hour emergency service department. We have well-trained technicians to do the work, and our vans are stocked with most materials we need to complete any residential job.
Get your project started. Call All-Star Electric. Proud to be lighting up New Orleans.
As New Orleans is chilling on the lakefront, the Big 870, 105.3 FM, and WWL.com.
This broadcast is presented by General Heating and Air Conditioning. Give Pat Gamble a call at General Heating and Air Conditioning. I know, boy, how things have changed here in the second half.
Certainly have. After the Bears opened up a 16-0 lead, the Saints' last 2 possessions have covered 171 yards, resulted in 2 touchdowns, drives of 78 and 93. 1st and 10, New Orleans as the Saints start at their 18-yard line. McAllister, who's been held well in check. The tailback in the eye. Carney up in front of him. Handoff Deuce, left side. McAllister moving the pile. Up across the 20. Still surging, close to the 23, perhaps the 24-yard line. As he is taken down by Ian Scott, along with Adewale Ogunleye, two members of the front four of the Chicago Bears.
Well, when you say that Deuce McAllister's been held well in check, that's because of the Saints play selection. They passed the ball so far in this game 24 times. They've only rushed it 7 times, but their total offense is 253 yards.
2nd and 5, Saints from the New Orleans 23. Billy Miller checks in and goes in motion. Bush is split out wide to the left now as a wide receiver. Just Carney behind Breeze. Breeze going to throw down the seam. Colston can't make the catch. Good coverage by Peanut Tillman, who was able to knock the ball down at the 42-yard line of the Saints.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tillman does a great job right there at the very end of the pass play. That, you know, this is not a situation when you're a defensive back that you want to go and do the all-out gamble and try and intercept the ball. Just put your hand in there and bat it away.
Interesting matchup when the Saints flexed out Reggie Bush as a wide receiver. He was covered by Brian Urlacher. 3rd and 5 for the Saints at the New Orleans 23. Reggie Bush, the running back. Carney, the fullback. Here's Breeze, play action. Steps up. Can't find anybody. Dumps it off to his fullback, Carney. Left flat, and he has the first down. Great job there by Drew Brees of checking down to Carney.
Well, you know, he's one of those kind of guys that, you know, back in the years when I was scouting and everything else, you talk about the pocket awareness of a quarterback, and Drew Brees has got as much awareness about himself. He knows when to step up, when to step right, when to step left, and, you know, he's not what you consider a scrambler, but he knows the pocket awareness.
9-yard pickup gives the Saints a first down at their 33, 1st and 10, 10 minutes remaining, 3rd quarter. Here's Breeze looking to throw. Does over the middle to his tight end Campbell. He's hit immediately by Urlacher, driven backward. They'll give him forward progress up to around the 38-yard line of the Saints.
What? Now, see if you agree with me on this. Seen a lot more passing in this football game than I thought we might. But really from both clubs. I mean, you know, when you're talking about having the 1-2 punch of McAllister and Bush and the 1-2 punch of Cedric Vincent and Thomas Jones, and right now the Saints have Reggie Bush as a tailback and Deuce McAllister as a fullback.
2nd and 6 from the 37. Breeze dumps it off to McAllister. Evans throws a block. McAllister still on his feet. Their territory, 48-yard line. First down, Saints. Brian Urlacher on the stop after a 14-yard gain.
You can kind of feel the juices flowing right now with the Saints offense. That Drew Brees, he saw enough in the first half. He knows that there's a lot of blitzes coming at him, and he's starting to call things at the line of scrimmage. I don't know whether he's calling them himself or Sean Payton is calling them, but you can kind of get the feel right now that Drew Brees is into this ball game.
1st and 10, Saints at the Bear 47, 8:40 to play, 3rd quarter. Saints trail by 2, 16-14. Here's Breeze. Dumping it off to McAllister. McAllister inside the 40, down to the 39-yard line. Hunter Hillenmeyer brings him down short of the first down.
And that was not a screen pass. Deuce McAllister went out there and he chipped on the defensive end as he was rushing, and he just made himself an outlet for Drew Brees. And there again, shows you the pocket awareness of Drew Brees. I'll find a guy to throw the ball to.
7-yard gain as Jamal Jones checks into the backfield in the huddle for the Saints. They split him out wide to the left along with Marcus Colston on 2nd and 3 from the Bear 40. Give it to the fullback, Mike Carney. And look at Carney still on his feet inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. The hero of the demolition of the Cowboys. Getting the football in his hands for the second time in the second half, and that's good for an 11-yard gain. The longest of the season for Carney was 8 during the regular season. Strong safety Chris Harris has to make the stop.
I'm going to say that's the longest gain of his career. Not running the football. Running the football.
Might just be. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line of the Bears. 7:27 to play, 3rd quarter. Saints moving the football and trailing by 2. Full house backfield. Here's Breeze, dropping, looking, can't find anybody, scrambling. Ball is tipped up in the air and incomplete. at the 18-yard line. It falls to the turf, incomplete.
Boy, was that a nail-biter once that thing gets, once it gets tipped and it pops up. If it gets tipped and it kind of goes down to the ground, it's not a big deal. But when it gets tipped and it pops up in the air, everybody holds their breath, whether you're pulling for the Bears or the Saints, because that ball is hanging out there what seems like forever.
Ryan Urlacher got his hands on the ball. Terrence Copper was open in the middle of the field, having run Peanut Tillman off of him. 2nd and 10 from the Bear 29. McAllister, the tailback, fake to him. Here's Breeze pumping, looking, throwing. It's down to the goal line, and it's incomplete. Overthrowing Copper, and this time Tillman didn't bite on the double move, and he had him well covered. Copper overthrown by some 5 yards. Breeze now with 19 completions on the day to 8 different receivers. Just about the way he spread the ball around last Saturday night in the victory over the Eagles that put the Saints right here. The Saints are 5 out of 9 on 3rd down conversions, looking at 3rd and 10 from the Bear 29. Henderson split out wide to the left. Jamal Jones along with Marcus Colston wide to the right. Full house backfield with both McAllister and Bush. Here's Breeze throwing incomplete. Over the head of Henderson. He was well covered on the far sideline by Nathan Vasher. So on will come the Saints special teams, and it looks like it's going to be Billy Cundiff who will have the opportunity to kick this longer field goal.
Well, Billy Cundiff, before in the pregame warm-ups, he was out there and he was kicking them from about 53 yards away, and he had plenty enough leg to get it there. The accuracy thing is the one thing that you have to consider right here.
It'll be a 47-yard attempt by Cundiff, who was 0 for 1 in the regular season, that being a 54-yarder. And this is going to fall short. Some 5 yards short of the crossbar. And so the Bears hold the Saints. And it'll go over to them after this field goal by Cundiff with 6:57 to play, 3rd quarter. Chicago 16 and New Orleans 14. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hello? Sweetheart, I'm on my way home, and I have a gift for you.
A gift for me? What is it?
A gift for you from the Louisiana Lottery. Over $2 million in cash prizes.
But why is the lottery giving me a gift?
No, it's a gift for you from me from the lottery.
What? It's fun to give a gift for you. The new $2 scratch-off from the Louisiana Lottery. Over $2 million in cash prizes. And listen to this. You could win up to $10,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Attention Saints fans, it's me, Joe Horn, and I want you to add me to your circle. Oh, and don't forget to access my weekly podcast.
Want inside info from Joe Horn? Visit OTOCircle.com/87 and check out Joe's weekly podcast. To listen, enter code 8787. Plus, OTO customers will be entered to win great prizes just by dialing pound Joe 87 from their OTO phone. To learn more, visit OTOCircle.com. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Promotion is 12/31/06.
I don't know much about art. You ever hear that expression? So who is this art fella, and why don't we know about him? Maybe because Art's a guy who likes to blend in with the crowd. Maybe he's just not ready for public viewing. Well, he's not the type who'd be behind the wheel of a new Dodge Nitro. It's got bold, brawny, aggressive style, a powerful, available 4-liter V6 engine, and a spacious and flexible interior with an available 20-gigabyte MyGig system. Dodge Nitro. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Keeping it real with Big Chief Deep Bellavia, weeknights 10 to midnight on WWL AM and FM.
Welcome back to Soldier Field, and let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson with the Beaver Springs, Florida Saints sideline report. What you got for us, Kenny?
All right, guys, snow's starting to come down even harder as time goes on here, and things are definitely very cloudy overhead, so it doesn't look like it's going to let up. Jonathan Simstrom, the right tackle, definitely struggling with the injury to the elbow and the hand. He's got somewhat of a cast and a wrap on the right hand, and definitely a brace and a wrap on the right elbow, and he's holding it definitely up and not using it at all as he came off.
1st and 10 Bears at the Chicago 37. Cedric Benson now back in there as the running back. Grossman drops straight back, thrown on the near sideline for Davis. Incomplete at the 30-yard line. He's overthrown. The coverage by Jason Kraft with the safety. Josh Bullock's coming over from his free safety position to lend a hand. Grossman claps his hands, exhorts his teammates, welcomes Davis back to the huddle, and looks at 2nd and 10 from the Bear 37. Berrien split out wide to the right. Muhsin Muhammad, who's been held without a catch, wide to the left. Desmond Clark goes in motion as an H-back. Run it with Benson. He's hit immediately and dropped for a loss on the play. Will Smith read it beautifully. And for the second time here in the second half, he drops the running back for a loss.
That gives you an idea of the speed that Will Smith has. I mean, he comes up, he's got to make that first step off the line of scrimmage, and then when he sees the running back get the football, he just flattens down the line of scrimmage and tackles the running back in the backfield.
Loss of 3, and the Bears, who had run the ball so well in the first half, have passed it 6 times and run it just twice here in the second half. 3rd and 13 from the Chicago 34. Saints coming with the blitz, and they fit it in there to Berrien, and he makes the catch in front of McKenzie, but well short of the first down. Taken down at the 44-yard line. Saints coming with the blitz, and give it to Mike McKenzie. He has to make that tackle out there all by himself, or that could have been a very big play. He was equal to the task.
And that's the key right there, Jim. I mean, keep that guy in front of you. Don't let him move the chains for you.
9-yard gain. Out comes Brad Maynard once more to punt it away. Reggie Bush stands back at the 10. Maynard's punt is a beauty. Bush looks at it. It hits at the 6 and bounds out of bounds.
Good punt. What do you say? I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do. I mean, if you're Reggie Bush, you're not going to try and get that. You're inside the 10-yard line. Give congratulations to Brad Maynard right there for making a heck of a punt.
Saints will have a long field in front of them after a 51-yard punt with 5:37 to play in the third quarter. It's the Bears 16 and the Saints 14. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hey, Bobby Hebert here. I just got connected to Central Progressive Bank's bonus bucks. Every time I use my CPB debit card to make a purchase, CPB credits my totally free checking account with cash back. Earning cash back on CPB's totally free checking. Now that's a bonus. Go see the folks at CPB. They'll connect you to totally free checking and bonus bucks. Tell them Bobby sent you.
CPB, now you're connected. Member FDIC, minimum $50 opening deposit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lamar Ford presents Run Your Mark. Oh, when I say go marching in. Yes, when I say go marching in. Well, we all need to be in that number. When I say go marching in. Come on. Who that? Who that? Who that say they're gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they're gonna beat them?
General Heating and Air Conditioning, family owned and operated since 1954. General Heating and Air Conditioning provides you upfront pricing so you know what the price is before they do the work. Emergency response 24/7, 365, and a 24-hour live answering service. General Heating and Air Conditioning.
From Louisiana's hometown grocer to Louisiana's favorite home team, Rouse's congratulates the Black and Gold on one heck of a season. Shop local. Shop Rouse's for Louisiana seafood, homegrown produce, and low prices on thousands of products. Rouse's, Louisiana's best.
Join John Dubuque for Louisiana's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings 5 to 7 on WWL.
We are back at Soldier Field and with a dandy of a football game. If you want a dandy of a post-game show, join Bobby Hebert right after the game at Deanie's Seafood in Bucktown for the point after. Deanie's, if you ain't in Bucktown, baby, you ain't the real Deanie's.
First and 10 Saints from the New Orleans 5-yard line. McAllister with Kearney offset. Here's Breeze rolling to his right in his own end zone. He throws it away. Looking for Colson on the near sideline. Well covered by Tillman. So from his own end zone, Breeze throws the football away. He is now 19 out of 33 on the day for 295 yards. 2 touchdowns. The 88-yard strike to Bush, and earlier the 13-yard strike to Colston. Bush has run it twice for 7, caught 3 for 96, including that 88-yard lightning bolt. Breeze has missed his last 4 passing attempts as he looks at 2nd and 10 from his 5. McAllister behind it. Play action. Breeze throws it away again. Under duress, Lance Briggs was coming in on him. And they're trying to get a safety call here that Breeze threw the football away from the pocket.
I tell you what, I think they're going to get it because Drew Brees did not move outside of
Griggs was lobbying for the call all the way. And Drew Brees, who has made so many wonderful decisions this season, makes a poor one here. In throwing the football away with no one in the area while still in the pocket. Both Griggs and Hunter Hillenmeyer were pouring in on him. So the Bear lead has now increased to 18-14 on the safety, and they'll take in the free kick.
Well, I mean, there again, Jim, you know, I mean, if you're going to play the game, you got to play by the rules. And, I mean, I'm quite sure that right there, Drew Brees didn't want to take the sack from the standpoint of getting tackled in the end zone. So, I mean, he made, you know, just a snap decision. I mean, it's not his fault. I think it was somewhat of a smart play, but he was getting some pressure right there from the Bears defensive front that was coming after him.
And of course, Bear fans not only happy for the safety, but for the opportunity for Devin Hester to take in the free kick. He's got 6 returns this season. He takes it in at the 30, runs straight ahead, and the Saints are going to swarm over him and drive him backward after he reaches the 35-yard line. Steve Gleason, the first tackler downfield after a 5-yard return. So the lead that had been 2 is now 4. Bears 18 and the Saints 14 with 5:23 to play in the third quarter. First and 10 from his own 36 for Grossman, who's been ineffectual throwing the football. Here's Cedric Benson back in the game, getting the carry straight ahead. Running room for a moment, but then he is tripped up by Brian Young, along with Hollis Thomas. He has reached the 38-yard line of the Bears. A short gain on the play of about 3. Let's call it 2nd and 7. Benson, who carried the ball very effectively late in the first half, is the tailback behind McKee. Here's Grossman handing it off to Benson, nothing doing, and Will Smith has got him for another loss. He ran right into the pile straight ahead, and then Will Smith, with that great closing speed, was able to mop up for a loss on the play of 5. And the Saints, who have not forced a Bear turnover, would love for Rex to throw them something, mister, here on 3rd and 12 from the Chicago 34-yard line. The Bears are but 2 of 12 on 3rd down. Grossman up under center with 2 wide receivers to the right. Saints coming on the blitz up the middle. Grossman setting up the screen. Nobody's there. Now, how about that? There's also a flag down at the play at the 29-yard line.
Number 76. Phillies decline. 4th down.
Left tackle John Tate, guilty of the hold, but the Saints force the quick 3 and out and will get the football back.
You know what's kind of funny about that? The official didn't have to look at anybody. He said, holding on that down. The Saints refused it because why would you accept that penalty? So he kind of knew what was going to happen before the Saints even made an indication of what they wanted to do.
Here's Maynard, the punt, standing back at the Chicago 20. Saints coming after him. It's a line drive to the far side of the field. Bush won't be able to field it. Bounds all the way downfield and finally into the end zone. Boy, wow.
Thank goodness for that. I mean, there was no reason that Reggie Bush should try and field that punt because it was a line driver. If it would have been hit right at him in the middle of the field, I mean, that's the one, if you're a punt returner, those are the ones you dream about returning and say, look, man, I got everything set up. I mean, I don't have enough pressure on me, anything like that. Right there, boy, thank goodness that ball didn't jump out of bounds.
That was a 64-yard punt. Justin Gage, running downfield, had an opportunity to perhaps cover it inside the 5. He could never get to it. And so the Saints will have it at their 20-yard line, which recently looks like good field position for them. 1st and 10. Breeze up under center, pitches it to Bush. He stumbles momentarily, stays on his feet, breaks it beyond the 30 to the 32-yard line. 1st down, Saints. There's that skinny pitch. They ran it once to the left today. Now they've run it to the right, and that's the pitch that Bush dropped against the Eagles last week.
I'll tell you what, you don't get much more nifty footwork than what Reggie Bush just had right there. You get that skinny pitch, he takes it right up the field. Look at the way he's kind of looking up there where his blockers go. He stumbles momentarily, and he just keeps his feet and says, okay, I'm taking the ball upfield.
12-yard gain, 1st and 10 Saints at the New Orleans 32, and this play will be blown dead as a flag is thrown. False start.
False start. Offense number 83. 5-yard penalty. First down.
On the tight end, Billy Miller. On the false start. So that'll cost the Saints 5 yards. Man, oh man. After a slow start to this one for the Saints, when they trailed 16-0, a couple of touchdowns has returned the electricity to this place, and the contest in doubt. 1st and 15 at the 27-yard line of the Saints. Colston along with Bush to the far side of the field. Going to throw it in the flat to Campbell, the tight end. He's hit immediately by Vasher after a short gain. Nathan Vasher, the third-year cornerback out of Texas on the stop. Mark Campbell, he was listed as questionable coming into this game with a knee injury, is limited to a 1-yard gain. And it brings up 2nd and 14 from the Saint 28. Colston split out wide to the left. Carney, along with Miller, to the near side of the field. Miller goes in motion. McAllister behind Breeze. Play action to him. Breeze with some time. Throws the football, and the catch is made on a diving reception at the 39-yard line of New Orleans by Billy Miller, some 4 yards short of the first down.
Well, he kind of redeems himself right there. Look, there's a lot of noise in this stadium right now, Jim, and, you know, I can't blame a guy for flinching, and we got to get right to the play because Drew Brees is going up under center with no huddle.
On 3rd and 3 from the 39, Brees bobbles the snap. He's in trouble. Now he throws it toward Carney. He slips and falls, and it's incomplete.
Well, that was the killer of the whole thing, is that he bobbled that snap while he was in the shotgun right there, and he just threw off the timing of everything. I don't think that John Carney was going to be his number 1 receiver anyway, but after he finally got a handle on the football, he just had to throw it to somebody that was kind of somewhat open.
Good snap by Fain, but it's snowing here more heavily with each passing moment, and Breeze couldn't get a handle on the football. Here's Weatherford's punt, hangs it up in the air. Hester says, get away from it. It hits at the 22, takes a Saint bounce, continues to roll, and rolls out of bounds inside the Bear 15-yard line. A 46-yard punt by Steve Weatherford, the Illinois grad.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, when you say that ball is inside the 15-yard line, it is barely inside the 15-yard line.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the New Orleans Saints radio network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, it's Entercom Communication Stations, the big 870 WWL New Orleans, and 105.3 WWL FM Kenner New Orleans.
1st and 10, Grossman throws it near sideline, coming back to the football. It's Berrien, makes the reception, and that'll be a Bear first down. Freddie Thomas on the coverage. One of the better balls that Grossman's thrown today. Good for 13 yards and a Chicago first down. 1:38 to play in the clock running in the third quarter. Bears by 4, 18-14. Muhammad splits out wide to the right, Berrien wide left. Ace formation, the running back behind Grossman is Thomas Jones. Bullocks creeps up to the line of scrimmage from his safety position. Handoff to Thomas. And Will Smith brings him down after a gain to around the 34-yard line. And Smith is arguing with the official that he was hooked and held as he tried to make the tackle. We're in the final minute of a very eventful third quarter. After a gain of 6, he brings up 2nd and 4 at the Chicago 34. As the snow falls in the Windy City, Grossman up under center. Paxson and I. Tailback is Thomas Jones. Wideouts left and right. Grossman has time, throws, and it's going to be caught by Muhammad. McKenzie brings him down in Saint territory. As you can hear the moo from Muhsin Muhammad. His first reception of the day is good to the 45-yard line of the Saints. A pickup of 20.
And I'll tell you what, Mike McKenzie really had good coverage, and a lot of times when you put that hand in there, that ball just grazes your fingertip. Rex Grossman stands up in that pocket, makes a nice, decisive throw right into the middle. Give credit to the other team.
Final seconds of the third quarter expiring, and we go to the final 15 minutes of regulation. 15 minutes before somebody heads for the warm climes of South Beach in South Florida and Super Bowl 41. Our score, Chicago 18 and New Orleans 14. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Through three quarters, the Saints with 13 first downs to the Bears 11. 54 rushing yards to the Bears 126. A big disparity in passing yardage. The Saints 277 and the Bears 97. 331 total yards for the Saints, 223 for the Bears. Grossman just 7 of 22 for 96 yards. Bernard Berrien has caught 3 for 39. Jones has rushed it 13 times for 86 yards and a touchdown. But in the first half, he had 79 of those.
Well, this broadcast is presented by the authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use for our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the New Orleans Saints and the National Football League, strictly prohibited.
First and 10 from the 45. The throw to Berrien. He makes the catch on the far sideline in front of Thomas for the first down as he gets out of bounds. Coming back for the football at the Saint 33-yard line. That's a gain of 12.
Well, one thing that the Saints have to do, somehow, some way, got to put a little bit more pressure on Rex Grossman. I mean, they're doing a little bit of a variety of blitzes and everything else, but they're giving him too much time to stand back in the pocket, and, I mean, he can make those throws when he's not rattled.
Grossman has not been sacked. The Bears have not turned the football over. First and 10 from the Saint 33. Saints creeping up, showing blitz, play action. Grossman throws it deep downfield, and it's going to be caught by Berrien at the 1, and he rolls into the end zone for the touchdown. Freddie Thomas lost the football. Josh Bullets couldn't touch Berrien down at the 2, and it's a touchdown strike of 33 yards.
Well, Fred Thomas just, as he turned around and looked for the ball, he got a little bit confused. He jumped a little bit early, and the ball just kind of dropped down right behind him, right into the hands of the receiver.
And that is a huge play for the Bears, as Freddie Thomas had been equal to the challenge prior to this. But he couldn't locate the football, and it results in a 33-yard score. Sean Payton, with the red flag in his hand, is running down the field like he might challenge this for some reason, but apparently will not. Extra point attempt by Gold is up and through. And just 37 seconds into the fourth quarter, Grossman finally connects on the touchdown pass.
Well, Freddie Thomas has been victimized a lot here the last couple of weeks, and, people saying, he can't do this, he can't do that. He doesn't really have bad coverage right here. I just think it's a matter of Rex Grossman just kind of dropping that ball right in the bucket. Fred lost contact of it. He didn't really know where the ball was, and I mean, he just kind of gave up on it right there at the very last moment. And who was that? Muhammad that made, or was that Davis that made that catch?
Well, that was Berrien, Bernard Berrien.
Oh, I'm sorry, Berrien, but, I don't know. I'm not so sure that he wasn't down right there because Fred Thomas kind of fell on top of him. Josh Phillips came over and touched him. His feet were in the end zone, but the ball was not.
Well, it's too late now. And Sean Payton is obviously thinking about it. 5 plays, 85 yards, 2 minutes and 24 seconds, a 33-yard strike. Rex Grossman to Bernard Berrien, who had a 68-yarder last week in the victory over the Seahawks. This press box was just rocking after that touchdown. Line drive kickoff is going to roll around to the 14-yard line where Lewis takes it in. Michael Lewis upended well short of the 30, mark at the 27-yard line. On that drive, Grossman was 4 out of 4 for 78 yards and the touchdown. Berrien caught 3 for 58, including the 33-yarder for the score. So now the Saints really have their work cut out for themselves, but we have almost a full quarter to play, and they trail by 11, 25 to 14.
Well, like on that last play right there to Berrien, his feet were in the end zone, but the ball was not when he rolled off to the ground. I don't know, Sean Payton's got to make a decision whether he's going to challenge that play or not, but heck, it didn't make after the extra point, it was over with.
First and 10 from the 28-yard line. McAllister runs right and doesn't get much. Brought down at the 38-yard line. Or rather, right at the 30-yard line. Alex Brown on the stop. The right defensive end. Just 2 yards on the carry for McAllister. As the Bears have done a really good job of shutting down the Saints' running game here today. And the Saints have had to go repeatedly to the air. 2nd and 8 from the 30-yard line of New Orleans. Jamal Jones, along with Colston, split out to the near side of the field. Jones comes in motion. Play action. Breeze steps up, and he's going to be hit and dropped at the 26-yard line. Drew Brees goes down for the 3rd time today. Adewale Ogunleye on the sack. But that was really forced by Alex Brown. Alex Brown has done a really good job today against Jamal Brown with the pressure on Breeze, and he had to sidestep him and move up, and when he did so, it gave Ogunleye the opportunity to bring the sack. The 3rd of the day for the Bears. So it brings up 3rd and 12 from the Saint 26. Play is blown dead. The official jumps in and stops play. No flag had been thrown, however. Maybe a timing problem here as the officials convene. Lovie Smith wants to talk to the referee, Terry McCauley. Don't know what this might be about. As the officials and Lovie Smith continue to huddle on the near sideline.
On the previous play, Chicago has challenged the ruling on the field that it was a fumble. Correct.
The ball did come loose as Ogunleye hit Breeze. Question is, was his arm moving forward? The ball was just lying on the turf, not fully in the possession of Drew Brees. And Ogunleye, who came up with the sack, just picked up the football and started running with it. So while that's being looked at, we'll step aside. 13:03 to play, 4th quarter. The Bears 25 and the Saints 14. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
The recovery is in full swing, and Southern Scrap is proud to be leading the way. This is Justin Morgan of Southern Scrap Recycling, the largest scrap metal recyclers in the Gulf. You can't rebuild the Gulf without cleanup, and Southern Scrap is here to help. We offer industrial container service, crane service, and torch cutting. Our service and responsiveness are second to none. Southern Scrap Recycling has 15 Gulf Coast sites in Louisiana and Mississippi, along with auto shredding in Mobile and Pensacola. Let Southern Scrap help you put the recovery in high gear. Southern Scrap Recycling since 1900, the leader in the Gulf.
For many seasons, the Abita Man and Abita Springs Water have been an official sponsor of the New Orleans Saints. That's why it gives the Abita Man great pleasure to congratulate our home team on winning the NFC South Championship. To share the excitement, Abita Springs Water is giving away Saints autographed footballs. Sign up for your chance to win at AbitaSprings.com. There are a limited number of signed footballs available, so don't miss out on your chance to win with Abita Springs Water. Abita Man. Abita Man.
Hello, my name is Connect. I'm a feature on the all-new Chrysler Aspen. It's easy to forget me with all the other exciting features inside the Aspen, like the powerful and sexy Hemi engine. But I can be programmed to connect with up to 7 different cell phones. The electronic stability program can do that. And reliable. And that's definitely sexy.
The Chrysler Aspen is full of so many available features, it may take you a while to discover them all. And the price is equally sexy.
Catch Bob Mitchell. He's Real New Orleans, weeknights 7 to 10 on WWL.
Here's the Capital One no-hassle banking. Referee's challenge. Banking with Capital One is not a challenge. Capital One no-hassle banking. We got a couple different things going on down there on the field right now, and I think Kenny I think he just explained it the right way. They're trying to determine where Drew Brees recovered that football and where is the spot of the football.
Whether it's a fumble recovered by Brees or an incompletion. I thought initially the question was, did Brees recover the fumble or did Ogunleye recover the fumble? He's the one that got up and ran with it. We'll eventually get it cleared up, I'm sure. Goodway certainly came up with the football on the ground.
But he came up and started running with it, but the Saints recovered the football.
Well, I don't know if they did or not. The ruling on the field was that they did.
After review, the quarterback owned the football, and it was recovered clearly by number 93 of Chicago. The ball belongs to Chicago, the 26-yard line, first down. Chicago is not charged with a team timeout.
Well, I'm going to disagree with the part of it was clearly fumbled by the quarterback, because I think there was too much going on down there on the field, and you really couldn't tell. And when Drew Brees hit the ground, the ball seemed to pop out, and number 93 did recover the football, but I'm not sure that that was a fumble. I'm just not saying that was clear and cut.
13:41.
Well, that's another turnover for the Saints, and their third of the day. They have not forced a Bear turnover. Ogunleye gets credit for the recovery of the fumble after his sack of Brees at the Saint 26-yard line. And this is critical right now. 1st and 10 for the Bears. Young may have been offsides. Handoff to Benson. Hit in the backfield and dropped for a loss by Thomas. But there's a flag down along the line of scrimmage. It appeared that Brian Young had jumped offsides.
Number 66. 5-yard penalty. First down.
So that's a 5-yard penalty. And after the Saints scored late in the second quarter and early in the third to cut the lead to 16-14 and take the momentum over momentarily, and they came up short on a 47-yard Conf field goal. The momentum went to the Bears side of the football, and it hasn't returned, as they have scored on a safety and a 33-yard strike Grossman to Bernard Berrien. After the penalty is 1st and 5 at the Saint 21. Handoff Benson, running hard and straight ahead. He's down to around the 16-yard line. Cedric Benson pounding the football straight ahead. The Bears going back to the ground game, running some time, and also moving the Saints off the line of scrimmage. That's a carry of 4. They'll spot the football at the Saints' 17-yard line. Saints trailing by 11, 25-14, with 13 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. As the snow falls more heavily, Bernard Berrien, he of the 33-yard reception for the touchdown, splits out wide to the left against Jason Kraft. They'll keep it on the ground with Benson inside the 15-yard line, and that looks to be a Bear first down, and it is. Two yards on the carry. Bear first down, Saint 15-yard line, 1st and 10 Chicago. The winner of this one taking on either the Patriots or the Colts in Miami in Super Bowl 41. 1st and 10 from the 15. Grossman, play action. Rolls to his right. Throws underneath to his fullback. McVie ridden out of bounds by Fujita on the near sideline. He'll spot the football around the 13-yard line of the Saints. Well, the problem for the Saints, as it has been most of the time when they have lost this season, the fact that they've turned the ball over and they haven't been able to force turnovers.
And that's exactly the same thing today. And you know, a couple of those turnovers I think were questionable. I mean, I kind of would like to see the officials, view it from the standpoint of, hey, let's let these guys play, as opposed to, all right, the ruling on the field stands, because I disagree with a couple of them that have happened today.
2nd and 7 from the 12. Big hole straight ahead. Benson, and he's going to score. Touchdown run, Cedric Benson, and Bear fans thinking of the warmer climes of Miami as they stretch the lead.
Well, that's a big dagger in the heart of Saints fans everywhere and on the Saints sideline, because it's a touchdown. I was hoping that maybe they could possibly hold them. Field goal, now you got plenty of time. You've got 11 minutes and 37 seconds left, but that one right there was a killer. In fact, it was a touchdown.
Robbie Gold adds the extra point, and with 11:37 to play, the Bears run their lead to 18 points. It's Chicago 32 and the Saints 14. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Some places got leaves that turn pretty colors, but nowhere can they beat our Four Seasons. I'm talking about crawfish, shrimp, crabs, and oysters. So stop taking it for granted and go to Deanie's Seafood. They've got the biggest platters of fried seafood you've ever seen and the tastiest raw oysters and boiled seafood in town. Shoot, you can go to Deanie's Market and buy bags of crawfish like people in Utah buy potatoes.
Deanie's Seafood Restaurant and Market, 1713 Lake Avenue, Bucktown, and reopening soon in the French Quarter.
It's a Reggie Bush Sony Super Savings Sale. Get super store-wide savings on all Sony big screen TVs in stock. Plus, register to win a trip for 2 to Miami. Airfare, hotel, and tickets to the game included. Save on all Sony big screen TVs, flat screens, and LCDs. A1 has the lowest price guaranteed. Get to the Reggie Bush Sony Super Savings Sale going on now at A1.
Whether you're hauling a large load or a large family, GMC has the right vehicle. Like the 320 horsepower 2007 Yukon and Sierra with more maximum payload capacity than any half-ton crew cab. Engineering to the highest standard. See your local GMC dealer. 4.8-liter V8 two-wheel drive, 15 city, 20 highway, based on large utility segment. Excludes other GM vehicles. Cargo load capacity limited by weight and distribution. All claims exclude other GM vehicles.
As New Orleans is Filet Gumbo, the Big 870, 105.3 FM and WWL.com.
This game is presented to you by Elite Air Systems. Give Lofton Fairchild a call at Elite Air.
After the Breeze fumble, the Bears goes 21 yards in 4 plays in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. 12-yard touchdown bolt by Cedric Benson, giving the Bears a 32-14 lead. The Saints have given up 10 points following turnovers. 3 after the fumble. Actually, they've given up 13. 2 field goals and then that touchdown. Here's Lewis from the 11. Straight ahead 20. Upended short of the 25-yard line. Tackle made by Cameron Morrell. And a timeout on the field. 11:33 to play. 32-14 our score. The Bears over the Saints. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
You may not need a battery today, but the odds are sometime in the future you will. When that time comes, there's only one name to remember: Superstart. At O'Reilly, we've got the strongest tournament trolling and cranking marine battery anywhere. Lawnmower, ATV, personal watercraft, motorcycle, bulldozer, forklift, golf cart, wheelchair, or vehicle. We've got the Superstart battery to fit your needs at a price you can't afford. Superstart batteries, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention Saints fans, it's me, Joe Horn, and I want you to add me to your search. Oh, and don't forget to access my weekly podcast.
Want inside info from Joe Horn? Visit AutoCircle.com/87 and check out Joe's weekly podcast. To listen, enter code 8787. Plus, Auto customers will be entered to win great prizes just by dialing pound Joe 87 from their Auto phone. To learn more, visit AutoCircle.com. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Promotion is 12/31/06.
I don't know much about art. You ever hear that expression? So who is this art fella, and why don't we know about him? Maybe because Art's a guy who likes to blend in with the crowd. Maybe he's just not ready for public viewing. Well, he's not the type who'd be behind the wheel of a new Dodge Nitro. It's got bold, brawny, aggressive style, a powerful, available 4-liter V6 engine, and a spacious and flexible interior with an available 20-gigabyte MyGig system. Dodge Nitro. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Winner of 9 regional Edward R. Murrow Awards, WWL, AM and FM.
Bears haven't been in the Super Bowl since that shuffling crew did it down in New Orleans over the Patriots following the 85 season. And now with a beach ball being kicked around the stands, thoughts of Miami get more real with each passing second. 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line of the Saints. Breeze in the shotgun. Bears bring 4. Breeze pumps. Throws underneath. Catch made by Bush. Tackled immediately at the 31-yard line by Lance Briggs. A gain of Briggs is going to make a lot of money as a free agent this offseason. Going to his second straight Pro Bowl. 2nd and 5 from the 31. Breeze hurrying things up. Going to throw it deep down the near sideline into coverage. And it is going to be wrestled for between the Bears and the Saints. And it's going to be taken away out of the hands of Billy Miller by Nathan Basher. And the Saints have turned it over for the 4th time today.
You know what? There was nothing wrong with what Billy Miller did right there. He went up, he fought for the ball. It's just the fact that the Chicago Bears just pulled that ball away from him.
So Breeze takes a chance, throwing in the coverage, trying to make something happen. And what he has made happen is that the Saints are probably going to be heading home for the season. You got to give the Bears credit. They have put more pressure on Drew Brees by far than we have seen in any game this season. They'll hand it off to Benson to the Chicago 41-yard line.
I mean, the Bears are sitting right there in the catbird seat because all they got to do is just run the ball in the middle of the field, keep time moving off the clock. The Saints can only burn a couple of timeouts, and, they're going to have to sit there and decide at what point in time here in the 4th quarter that they try and burn those timeouts. But I think you're so far behind the 8 ball right now, you might as well stop the clock whenever you get a chance.
Well, Drew Brees has done a great job in taking care of the football in recent weeks, trying to make something happen. He's unable to do so. On 2nd down with chance of Super Bowl in the background. They keep it on the ground to Benson up close to the 45-yard line. It'll bring up 3rd down in Chicago territory after a gain of 4. Scott Shanley on the stop. Hard to win the turnover battle hard to win the game when you lose the turnover battle 4-0. And right now that's what's happening to the Saints. 13 points have come the Bears' way following a pair of fumbles. And then later another fumble resulting in a touchdown. 3rd and 5 from the Chicago 45. Grossman with Thomas Jones behind him. Gives it off to Jones, and he is nailed by Fujita right around the line of scrimmage. It'll bring up 4th down, and the Bears send on Brad Maynard to punt it away. Just 1-yard gain. Reggie Bush retreats to return this punt for the Saints. The Bears have done a really good job in their kicking game today. Their special teams, the best in the NFL. And they've looked it today. Maynard has done a great job of directional punting, and the ball has clearly bounced Chicago's way. He stands at the Chicago 32-yard line. Bush awaits his punt at the Saint 15. It's a line drive. Angle to the far sideline. It goes out of bounds inside the 10. Man, oh man, Brad Maynard's just done a great job today. That's a 45-yard punt. Nothing on the return. 8:52 to play in the 4th quarter, and the Saints facing an 18-point deficit. Chicago 32, New Orleans 14. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
U.S. agencies can save you up to 30% on your auto insurance.
With flexible payment plans and low down payments, it's easy to save with U.S. agencies.
Just call for your money-saving quote today.
Toll free 1-800-958-8545.
It's easy to get your money-saving quote. U.S. Agencies is right in your neighborhood with locations throughout the state.
At U.S. agencies, you'll save on your auto insurance. Just call.
Toll free 1-800-958-8545.
Teamwork and commitment, the ingredients that build a champion, the ingredients that will help to rebuild the Gulf Coast. At 84 Lumber, we are committed to helping Louisiana and the region rebuild. With a network of 7 stores, a component manufacturing facility, and a team of nearly 700 dedicated professionals, we have the products and the know-how to help both professional contractors and do-it-yourselfers. By working together, we will rebuild the Gulf Coast better than ever. 84 Lumber, build on what we know.
Why settle for another pre-made combo meal when right now you can get a Subway Fresh Value Meal Sub of the Day for just $3.99. Just $3.99 gets you a different delicious sub every day with chips and a drink. The $3.99 Fresh Value Meal. Subway restaurants, where freshness meets value. Subway. Eat fresh.
For a limited time at participating restaurants, offer good on regular 6-inch sub bag of chips and 21-ounce drinks. Subway's registered trademark of Doctors Associates, Inc.
Catch all your favorite shows time shifted on WWL On Demand, 1350 a.m.
And let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, it's Entercom Communication Stations, the big 870 WWL New Orleans, and 105.3 WWL FM Kenner New Orleans.
Saints start from their own 8. Breeze in the shotgun. Bears bring 4. Breeze throws a wobbly pass behind Bush, incomplete. Couldn't make the reception at the 14-yard line. Saints, who have done such a good job of keeping Drew Brees clean for the most part. You look down there now, and his whole left side is covered with mud and grass stains. They've gotten to him a number of times today. And they've never really let Brees feel comfortable in the pocket. He's made some plays, but he's felt a lot of pressure through much of this game. 2nd and 10 from the 8-yard line of the Saints. Empty backfield. Here come the Bears off the corner. The throw is made to Bush. Makes a circular move and stays alive to the 20-yard line. Comes back, makes the catch, pirouettes around, takes it upfield. First down Saints after a 12-yard reception.
Well, the Saints are not in a position right now where they can be real casual getting to the line of scrimmage. I think they need to kind of press the issue a little bit and get up there faster.
1st and 10 from the 21. Here's Breeze throwing over the middle to Bush. Running room 30, running for the sideline. He's out of bounds in front of the Bears bench around the 33-yard line of the Saints, and that'll be a New Orleans first down. Clock stopped with 8:17 remaining after a 12-yard reception.
And that's a smart play on the part of Reggie Bush right there. He knows that he's got to get the ball out of bounds to save time on the clock without having to burn timeouts.
Clock is restarted. It's 1st and 10 at the 33-yard line of the Saints. 32-14 our score. The Saints trailing with 8 minutes remaining. Breeze out of the shotgun. Steps up, in trouble again. Dumps it off. Catch is made at the 40-yard line by the tight end Billy Miller. He's taken down immediately by Lance Briggs after a 7-yard reception.
Boy, he has had to do a lot of dodging and ducking and moving around and right to left and stepping up in the pocket in this entire ball game.
2nd and 3 from the 40-yard line of the Saints. Breeze throws over the middle. Colston can't make the reception. He is nailed by Urlacher and slowly gets back to his feet. Ryan Urlacher with that great range and that great speed. Don't see many middle linebackers who can cover people as far downfield as he does.
Well, but there again, it goes back to that statement we made in the game, earlier in the game, when he was at the University of New Mexico, he was a safety. That gives you an idea how much range he has.
3rd and 3 from his own 40 for Breeze. He's in trouble again. Dumps the football off, and down he goes at the 25-yard line, and this is going to be another intentional grounding call.
It certainly will. I mean, I don't see right now where Sean Payton has any other option other than to go for it right here on 4th down because the Saints are going to have a loss of down.
Offense number 9, 10-yard penalty, loss of down, 4th down.
So Breeze under heavy pressure once more. Dumps the football off while in the pocket. The Saints had no one out in the right flat. And so the intentional grounding call will push the football back even farther and make this perhaps the last real Saints gasp of this day. Bush has 6 receptions for 126 yards, including that 88-yard touchdown, the biggest play of the day, and one of only 2 touchdowns for the Saints earlier in the 3rd quarter. You hear the chants in the background of Super Bowl, Super Bowl. That's where the Chicago Bear fans think their heroes are headed. As Breeze looks at 4th and 13 from his 30. Bears bring 4. Breeze moves up in the pocket, throws downfield, and almost intercepted. And then Colston almost got the carom. It was off the hands of Danielle Manning, and Colston almost made the reception. at the 35-yard line of the Bears.
Well, give credit to this Bears defense. The fact that, I don't know. I mean, I'm curious if when the ball game is over with, if, after Kenny gets an opportunity to talk to Drew Brees or talk to Sean Payton, did they confuse us or whatever else? But I can tell you this. The offensive line has not performed very well today. They've let a lot of pressure get to Drew Brees, and he's had to throw the ball in a hurry a lot of times.
So the Bears truly looking for the kill shot now. Goes over to them at the 30, and a flag has been thrown. Illegal procedure.
Offense.
False start.
Number 88. 5-yard penalty.
Tight end.
First down.
Desmond Clark. That is the first Chicago penalty of this game.
Wow, that is unbelievable. I mean, they have played a clean football game. Make no mistake about that. And you know what? So have the Saints. I mean, they just had a couple of unfortunate things happen to them from the standpoint of what the officials thought might be a turnover or not a turnover.
First and 15 at the Saint 35. Thomas Jones gets the carry. And he'll take it down to around the original line of scrimmage, the 30-yard line, as we have just over 7 minutes to play on a 5-yard carry. Well, this Bear offense didn't get a whole lot out of Rex Grossman, although he was able to hit that 33-yarder to Bernard Berrien, but they did get a lot out of the running game, particularly in the first half, and they forced 4 Saint turnovers. Jones has 16 carries for 92 yards and a touchdown that came back in the second quarter, giving the Bears a 16-0 lead at the time. 2nd and 10 from the 30. Throw out in the right flat, and that's going to go to Jason McKee, who's driven out of bounds by Scott Fujita. McKee helped to his feet as he slid hard and fell hard right in front of the Bear bench in the mud. Loss of 1 on the reception by the 5th-year man out of Temple. And it's going to bring up 3rd and 11 from the Saint 31. Clock winds down. When this play is run, there'll be less than 6 minutes to go in this game. 6 minutes before the Bears head for Miami. 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Jones behind Grossman, who gets the call, and Jones fights through a couple of tackles inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. First down, Chicago. Jones jumping up in the air in exhilaration. Bear fans high-fiving one another. They're on their way to South Florida. That's a 12-yard gain. Clock shows 5.5 minutes to play. The Saints have all 3 timeouts left to them. But the margin now is 18 points as Jones goes over 100 yards on the day. He's got 104 rushing the football. He is the tailback in the eye with 1 wide receiver, Muhammad. Jones again covers up the football with both hands. Semino brings him down just inside the Saint 15-yard line.
If you're a running back for the Chicago Bears right now, the only thing you want to do is keep it between the hash marks. And look, don't try and be the hero right now. I mean, it's an 18-point ball game. I mean, you got everything pretty well at hand. Just make sure you don't give some kind of dumb turnover to the New Orleans Saints.
4-yard gain. Football rests at the Saint 15-yard line. 2nd and 6. 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Saints facing an 18-point 32-14 deficit. Jones, the tailback, gets the call once more. Running right, cutting it back. Being chased by Smith. Looking to turn the corner. Will inside 10. 5. Touchdown. The Saints are totally spent defensively, and Jones puts it in the end zone for truly the kill shot in this victory. That's a 15-yard touchdown run.
And he started right and cut it back left, and I think you're right, Jim. You're talking about the Saints defense being totally spent. I personally don't think that the Saints, or I should say that the Bears are 38, or will be 39-14 point spread better than the Saints. I just think it was a matter of turnovers and everything else. Had there not being any turnovers, I think you would have looked at a much closer game, and it would all boil down to a field goal or something like that. But it's been a magical run, but it's over now, my friend.
Robbie Gould adds the extra point, the 39th of the day for the Chicago Bears. And this press box from which we broadcast the Bear game against the Saints has truly been shaking after the last few scores. You can feel it as the Bear fans break out into Bear Down Chicago Bears once more, and they have bear down today.
Yes, they have. And I'll tell you what, I mean, you know what? This is a good football team. Make no mistake about that. I mean, that's the reason that team jumped out there to a 13-3 NFC record going into the playoffs. And, you know, they kind of, I can't say that if you played this ball game in the Superdome that the Saints would be a better team. I mean, I can't really answer that. The Saints were, again, their own worst enemy today. But even if you subtract those turnovers that the Saints had, I don't know. Chicago, they came out, they were ready to play. I mean, they did what they had to do. The Saints took the opening kickoff of this ball game, made a pretty decent drive, had some things going for them, and when they couldn't put any points on the board and started making a turnover, they were pretty well doomed from that point on.
The Bears with 3 touchdowns and 4 possessions in the fourth quarter. Michael Lewis returning the kickoff beyond the Saint 31, perhaps the 32-yard line. Give him 22 on the return. Well, the Bears got off to that 7-0 start in the regular season, and people were talking about a potential perfect season. They suffered their first loss against Miami on November 5th. But then they went on to win a couple more, lose one, and then against Minnesota, they won the NFC North. The next game, they captured a first-round bye. The next game with a victory over Tampa Bay, the number 1 seed, and that's how they'll go to Miami. Dumping it off to Billy Miller is Breeze, and the tight end upended by Vasher as he crosses the same 35-yard line. And the clock shows under 4 minutes to play. 3-yard gain. Saints hurry things up. Look at 2nd and 7 from their own 36. Breeze looking, throwing short. Bush slips and falls out of bounds right at the sticks. Looks like he has picked up the first down. And now they're going to say he's just short. As the head linesman holds up 3 fingers, it brings up 3rd down. 3rd and a short 1 from the Saint 43. A 6-yard gain. 3rd and 1 from the 42-yard line of the Saints. 2 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Here's Breeze looking, can't find anybody. Rolls right, throws short of the intended tight end, Billy Miller, at the 48-yard line of the Bears, and it brings up 4th down.
Well, Drew has really kind of been off the mark today. I would say more so for an entire game than we have seen. I mean, he's had his moments, like all quarterbacks will, that he's just not going to be very much on target. But I think for this entire ball game, he's been pretty well off mark.
4th and 1, the Saints will run it, trying to pick it up, and Bush dives for the sticks. And I don't think he got there.
I don't think he did either, Jim.
Judging from the spout of the head linesman as he runs in from the near sideline, looks from our vantage point like Bush is short. Clock is stopped with 3:24 to play. The football would go over to the Bears, who already lead by 25 points, 39-14. With the possibility the Saints won't see it again this postseason.
They will probably bring out the sticks just to make it official, but I don't know if the 2 officials were right on their mark where they come in from the sideline. Saints are going to turn it over on down.
And listen to this crowd erupt when they stretch out the chains, as they're about to do. The length of the football, short of the first down. So the ball goes over the Bears with 3:24 remaining. And let's congratulate the Chicago Bears on a game well played. Didn't make any mistakes, didn't turn the ball over, dominated the line of scrimmage for the most part, forced Saints mistakes, took advantage of them, ran the ball hard. Grossman did just enough and not enough bad things for the Bears to win. Cedric Benson pounds the ball straight ahead inside the Saint 40-yard line. This is a season that will end short of anticipation for the Saints, but far beyond expectations for the Saints.
That's exactly right, because, I mean, we go all the way back to Millsaps College back in, late July, all through August and everything else. And, if you had told me this football team would win 7 games, I said, Jim, you're nuts. Go get a cold glass of water, take it easy, bud. But, I think I'm like everybody else. I've kind of gotten greedy up to this point because expectations were not so high. But the longer that they played and the better that they got, you just couldn't help but root for this club.
2nd and 7 from the 39. Benson pounding it straight ahead inside the 35. The Bears have outscored the Saints 23-7 in the second half. And it really pretty much ended for the Saints after that 88-yard strike breeze to Reggie Bush. The Saints again marched downfield. Billy Cundiff was short on a 47-yard field goal attempt, and it's truly been the Bears thereafter. The Saints really never got any of the momentum back on their side as Bubby Smith
That is the 2-minute warning.
celebrates with his players on the near sideline. We have reached the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remaining in this postseason before we start planning for next year, which in this case is already this year. 39-14. The Bears over the Saints. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Make the Carousel Piano Bar and Lounge inside the Hotel Monteleone your playoff game headquarters. The Carousel Piano Bar and Lounge inside the Hotel Monteleone is open from 11 a.m. until closing. Enjoy complimentary hors d'oeuvres Monday through Friday from 5 to 7 p.m. John Otan entertains at the Piano Bar Wednesday through Saturday, 9 p.m. till. Multiple televisions are available for game viewing, plus there are drink specials. Stay in the heart of the French Quarter at Hotel Monteleone. Ask for winter special rates. Call 1-800-535-9595.
Ever wonder what 2 days in the life of a Jeep Commander is like? Listen and learn.
Your valet ticket.
Today's special. With available features like QuadraDrive 2 full-time 4-wheel drive, Park View backup camera, and full map and navigation system, Jeep Commander combines unmatched convenience and technology with legendary off-road capability. It's one in a growing lineup of legendary Jeep vehicles. Jeep is a registered trademark of Daimler Chrysler.
Hey, this is Bobby Hebert for Cintas, the service professionals. In sports, we talk about it. What is it? That characteristic of a person or a team that you can't define. It is what you see in this year. Cintas also has it, a group of partners that are willing to do whatever it takes. Cintas goes the extra mile to get it done and has fun doing it. Cintas is #1 in their business because they hire people with it. If you want to do business with a team that has it, call Cintas, the service professionals.
As New Orleans as the St. Louis Cathedral, WWL AM and FM.
2 minutes remaining in this football game. Drew Brees on the day, 27 of 49 for 354 yards. Threw a pair of touchdowns and was intercepted. Bush had 7 receptions for 132, including the 88-yarder of the third quarter. Deuce McAllister almost totally shut down today. Only got a chance to run the ball 6 times for an average of 3 yards, 18 yards for Deuce.
Well, Brian Urlacher said all week long, he said, #1 priority for our defense, shut down Deuce McAllister, because he knows what a force Deuce can be once he gets rolling. Reggie Bush can be a factor, Drew Brees can be a factor, Marcus Colson can be a factor, but he knows that this offense really revolves around Deuce McAllister being able to get the running game going.
3rd and 2 from the Saint 34. Benson, the tailback in the eye. You knew he was going to get the ball. Saints did too. He bounces off the pile, but will gain nothing, and in fact lose yardage. They're going to give him his forward progress. He's actually dropped back around the 40-yard line, but they're going to rule his forward progress. Took him down just short of the Saint 35-yard line. The Saints with all 3 timeouts remaining, but they're not inclined to use any of them as the clock reads 1:36. Well, the main stat in this game will be 4 Saint turnovers, none by the Bears. And the Bears played pretty much mistake-free football. No penalties. Gave up that one big play to Reggie Bush, and that was it.
They actually had one penalty, and that's all they had. And I'll tell you what, give them a lot of credit for that, because, I mean, that's hard to do, to go through a football game and only have one penalty against you. I mean, every now and then, an official's going to throw a holding flag. You know, okay, maybe somebody had a late hit, or, you know, somebody just kind of grazed somebody's face mask or something like that. But watching this entire ball game, I think that the Bears did play about as close to perfect as you possibly can.
Fourth down carry by Benson appears to be short of the first down. And the clock is stopped with 1:07 remaining for a measurement. They'll bring the sticks in from the near sideline. Well, 2 straight division championships for Lovie Smith. Last year they were deprived by the Panthers, but now he's going to advance to the Super Bowl, and possible matchup, say, with Tony Dungy would be the first matchup of African-American head coaches in Miami. As they stretch the chains out, it is a first down by half the length of the football, and the Saints won't get attacked.
Yeah, and Lovie Smith's going to do the right thing right here. He's going to tell Rex Grossman, just go out there and take the snap, take a knee. I mean, we're not going to try and do anything. We got this. Well, we've had the game won for the last probably 15 minutes of this ball game, and yeah, I'll tell you what, classy organization. Those guys are, you know, they're a good football team. That's why they led everybody in the NFC this year in wins, because they are a good football team. I know they kind of fell on hard times at the end of the season. They started to get them up more points, more yardage than they had before, but they are a good football team.
And they've broken out the NFC Championship hats on the near sideline. The Bears put to the stands to celebrate. The final seconds of the clock are coming off as the Saints come on the field along with the Bears. Congratulations to the Chicago Bears, and congratulations to the New Orleans Saints. A season that no one ever saw coming takes them one victory short of the Super Bowl. And in the past, when you're always saying, wait till next year after 3 and 13 seasons, now we'll say wait till next year after a season that will end at 11 and 7. One of the best offenses in football will return. They'll need to shore up that defense without question. They know they have some holes there. And once they do, who knows how far they can get next year. Congratulations, though, to the Chicago Bears, winners today by a score of 39-14.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson.
All right, guys, down here with fullback Mike Carney. And Mike, I know that you guys will look back on this and talk about what could have been. And, you know, the game was, you know, a question of the turnovers and things like that, but yet it was still a wonderful year for you guys. Tough as it is to say that, you know, we just didn't put our best foot forward today. But I guess you can say we got something to build on now. I think we'll look back. The disappointment right now. We couldn't come out and play the game we normally could play, and we got to hand the Chicago Bears. They deserve it.
Of course, right. That's exactly right. I mean, the Bears showed today why that, you know, they are the number 1 seed coming into this. They did. No question. They played great defense. The offense did what they had to do, and they deserve to win. Thank you, Mike. Okay, that's Mike Carney down here on the field. As this place is really starting to accumulate with a lot of the Bears players all in the middle of the field, getting ready so that they can get their trophy and be awarded the George Halas Award for winning the NFC. As most of the Saints players have already made their way in the process of making their way off the field. I'm going to grab Billy Miller real quick here. He is coming up. Billy, real quick, while I can get you real fast. Obviously, you know, a tremendous amount of disappointment, and the turnover is the key to this game.
It's tough to swallow right now. I thought we had a great opportunity to win this game. We made mistakes early on. They gave them the game, and they executed and beat us.
An awful lot to build on, though, isn't there?
Well, it's hard to talk about right now, building for next year. This one hurts.
Thank you, Billy.
I'm going to grab real quick, too, guys, before I throw it back upstairs. John Stinchcomb, who's coming off the field. And, John, I know everybody's, very disappointed. The Bears, did they give you guys a lot of looks that you weren't expecting or what?
No, we got into a game that we didn't want to get into, and then they beat us.
Still, you guys, went so much further than anybody ever would have dreamed of, including yourselves, although, y'all started believing maybe, I guess, about 2 months ago that this was all possible.
I'm sure at some point we'll be able to look at it that way. Right now, it's just, it's not the way we wanted to come out here and play. It couldn't feel much worse.
Thank you, John. John Stinchcomb down here on the field as most of the players have made their way into the locker room. There's just a couple of them left out there as the Bears are getting ready to receive their trophy. With that, I'm going to throw it back upstairs.
Well, it's small consolation, but I think as the losing coaching staff in the NFC Championship Game, the Saints coaching staff will go to Hawaii to coach in the Pro Bowl.
I'll tell you what, Jim. I think I'm like everybody else. I kind of got greedy as the season went along. I mean, there was a certain point in time once they passed that 6-win barrier that I was kind of like, I want more. I want more. I want more. I mean, if you would have told me back on draft day, not the fact that, the Saints had just got Reggie Bush, but you said, you'll be in the NFC Championship Game, and you say, oh, come on. I mean, there's no way that was going to happen. But as it kept rolling on and the snowball kept getting bigger and bigger, I got greedier and greedier just like everybody else did. But I'll tell you what, the Saints don't have anything to hang their head about. I mean, this has been a phenomenal season. I mean, they've done things that no Saints team has ever done before. And how do you, how can you sit back and say, am I disappointed? Yes, I am. But I'm also more surprised. I'm not let down by anything. I mean, this group came out here and they fought today. They fought hard. And gosh almighty dang, man. I mean, who would ever thought we'd be here, at this time? So, I mean, just kind of take the greed away and just say, look, man, what a fantastic season that you had.
Well, it began in the oppressive heat of Jackson, Mississippi. It ends with the snow falling in Chicago, Illinois. And in the course of that season, it was a better run than anybody could possibly have imagined. This is a team that caught the imagination of the country, and for good reason. They come in here as the number 2 seed. They lose to the number 1 seed playing on their home field, and that's the way I guess it's supposed to happen, as it did here today. The problem for the Saints was turnovers. The first came on a Colston fumble that they turned into a 19-yard Gold field goal. Then there was the Lewis fumble, resulted in a 43-yard Robbie Gold field goal. And then in the fourth quarter, a Breeze fumble turned into a 12-yard Cedric Benson touchdown run. And so 13 points given up on Saint turnovers. The Saints really didn't even come close to forcing a single Bear turnover here today. You lose the turnover battle 4-0. You're not going to win many games.
And when the Saints have had games this year when they didn't turn the ball over, they were 4-0. And, I mean, you can live with 1 turnover ball game, sometimes 2. But when you start getting in that 3, 4, 5 range, like they did against the Ravens, like they did against the Steelers, like they did tonight, I don't care how good a team you are, that is just something that's almost impossible to overcome.
You can hear the fans responding to the confetti cannons that are shooting out the confetti on the stage below as the Bears are about to be awarded the George Halas Trophy as the champions of the NFC. I want to thank Kenny Wilkerson, my pal Hokie Gajan, Robert Carroll, Paul Smith, all the fine people who make this possible week after week. And it has been our pleasure to take you on this ride with us. And we already begin looking forward to the 2007 season. That's the end of our game tonight. With the score, the Chicago Bears 39 and the New Orleans Saints 14. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
WWL New Orleans and 105.3 WWL FM.
Tip your hats to Chicago. They did a great job tonight. Lovie Smith, his staff, and that team did a great job all season long. They played very well today and deserved the win. There was a point in the game where I felt the momentum shifted a little bit in our favor that third quarter, but we just couldn't capitalize on it. And it's a tough defense. They did a good job on offense, special teams the same way. And you know, it's tough when you play in this postseason, the finality of a loss, especially with the season we've had, stings. And I told our players, it's probably the best team I've been around in regards to togetherness, guys caring about the team first. I think that makes it hurt that much more. So, you know, we'll get back to New Orleans and begin the off season and begin all the things that you have to do to get ourselves back in a position like we were tonight. And got a lot of young players, but the character in that room is very important and very special. And again, it just makes it that much more difficult to lose, especially the NFC Championship game. That being said, I'll open up to any questions. Pardon? Well, it was a play-action pass, and you know, the bottom line is they ruled intentional grounding, so there has to be a receiver in the vicinity. I didn't have a feed right away to challenge it. We were in a heavy protection, two-receiver pattern, so you know, that obviously resulted in 2 points, and it was tough. That field position was challenging, especially in the second half. Brad Maynard did a real good job, I thought, punting the football and pinning us back, and that became difficult. You know, we were able to come out of there with Bush's big play to give us 14, but it was tough.
Tom, you talked about the momentum that you had in the third quarter. When did you feel it started slipping away? Was it the missed field goal or the safety?
Well, you know, we moved. We got ourselves in a position. I didn't feel like it was the safety as much as when we were able to drive, and you know, we just didn't come away with points. You know, there are a lot of things to look at it. You know, it's a tough field goal because of where you're at distance-wise and the field conditions. So on Bush's big play that got us within 2. So somewhere in there in the third quarter. Well, credit Chicago. They came in with a lot of 8-man fronts. Anytime you get into a game like that where you're struggling on early downs, obviously it's difficult. That's a real good defense we played tonight, and you know, they did a good job tackling. They did a good job of getting to the ball, and there are a number of reasons, though, I think tonight, and not just one specific area that ended up hurting us. And again, I get back to, and I go back to crediting Chicago. I think it's important that you give them credit, and they did a great job tonight.
Are they credit for those turnovers more so than this team made some mistakes they'd like to have back?
Well, hey, part of that is forcing those turnovers. So I think you have to. I mean, I think, you know, it's too easy to say, well, we just turned it over, and otherwise, you know, obviously those mistakes are mistakes you don't want to make. The turnovers are things that end up being the difference in a game like this, and yet those turnovers are forced sometimes. And you know, again, I think you got to credit Chicago and well, no question. I mean, there's a number of things, and it's difficult when it happens in a game like this. You know, we'll look at the tape, and when you get to this point, in the playoffs, you have to play well, especially on the road and against a team like Chicago that's won 14 games coming into today. You know, you're going to have to play your best.
The turnover, then inability on third down to convert, kind of put your offense out of the first half.
Are you asking me, or are you? Well, obviously, I mean, the turnovers put you out of rhythm.
So you started out with the ball the first 3 downs right out.
No, we wanted to come out and throw it early in the sequence. We had talked about it, and we felt like we were going to get some run fronts, and we did. Devery made a big play on the one that crossed midfield. So we wanted to have some balance, but early on we wanted to come out throwing and then mix it up. So again, it's a frustrating loss.